Oh, yo, 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 yo. Oh, yo, came up from the struggle, now we stacking chips. Black Wall Street, we rebuilding from the pits. Politics and business, we beyond rich. Donnie Glover Show, watch us shift the switch. Donnie Glover Show by BMORnews.com. Spotlight on the hustle when the real was calm. Every episode, dropping knowledge, dropping bombs. Donnie Glover Show by BMORnews.com. Talking black excellence, ain't no exclusivity. History in making, reclaiming our divinity. Break by break, rebuilding our community. Donnie Glover Show, celebrate unity. Donnie Glover Show by BMORnews.com. Spotlight on the hustle where the real was calm. Every episode, dropping knowledge, dropping bombs. Donnie Glover Show by BMORnews.com. From the boardroom to the streets, we making waves. Business minds running new paths paved. Politicians listen, they know we the brave. Black Wall Street dreams rising from the grave. Donnie Glover Show by BMORnews.com. Spotlight on the hustle where the
we have some stars in the building.
Donnie Glover Show by BMORnews.com. Oh yo, oh yo, oh yo, yo.
We'd like to welcome you to BMORnews.com, the news before the news, where we uncover the truth. Special thank you to our executive producer of Be More News in Niagara, Mr. Emmanuel Price. We're up here on, this is the New York side, and that's the Canadian side, and we will be there for the New Year's dropping of the ball or somewhere around here. Very beautiful Niagara Falls, some of the best water in the world. So make sure you get out, get your passport, and do some traveling. And keep watching BMORnews.com, the news before the news, where we uncover the truth. Welcome to BMORnews.com, the news before the news, where we uncover the truth. Here on Atlantic, Mississippi, with our very dear friend Corey Mathis. A beautiful town, New Orleans. Keep watching BMORnews.com. We're going to give you an update. 10 years since Katrina. The news before the news, where we uncover the truth.
Wall Street, we rebuilding from the pits. Politics and business, we beyond rich.
Anyway, how you doing? First name's Donnie, last name's Glover. In it to win it for the long haul, baby. It's a beautiful Saturday afternoon here in Baltimore, 7:44 p.m. I got to plug my books. I don't do the greatest job plugging my stuff. DonnieGlover.com. I Am Black Wall Street. I guess I have them out of order. This is the most recent one, Journalpreneur, looking at pioneering the digital age of Black journalism. And Unapologetically Black. This is my first book. All available on Amazon, Barnes & Noble. I'm the publisher of BMORnews.com. For those who may not know, we also publish BlackUSA.News. It all happened, at least the BlackUSA.News began in 2020, December 2020, amidst COVID. And BMORnews.com, that goes back to 2002. That's our mothership based here in Baltimore. And BlackUSA.News, of course, we have hosts and guests from around the country. So we've had it's been, let me just say, a very illuminating August for me. There was the One Baltimore Cookout here in Woodlawn in Baltimore County. Beautiful event. Tim Green was the lead organizer, if you will. It's a group of people. They've been getting together. This was the 20th year. Beautiful event loaded with Black Baltimore history, basketball history, but also athletic history. Also spent last weekend with Greg Branch, Keith Goody, Dwayne Wood, aka Kosher, at the Legends game over at the Dome. If you play basketball, then you know the Dome is the Mecca here in Baltimore. If you're truly a player, then you have played at the Dome. I went to the Elevate Baltimore event. Really nice fundraiser down at Lexington Market. Elevate Baltimore is an after-school program for our young people. Of course, education is so important. Thank you for joining us today. Do sign in, and we'd love to get your comments. So I think to top off the week, the most fascinating part of August, July, has been a show we did earlier this week, Wednesday. Show got things up to 14, 15,000 hits. I learned so much. It was a 3.5-hour broadcast, but I got to tell you, those of us who have raised questions and raised questions for years, answers are starting to come out, and we're asking more and more intelligent questions about who we are. Now, if you know who you are, then this broadcast is not for you. But if you are open-minded, I pose the question to you: who are we? I'm 60. I remember when Roots came out. And for my generation and those roundabout, it was the type of film miniseries that we had never seen before. It painted a picture that blacks in America, a presumed image, that blacks in America came here in the bottom of a slave ship. And I'm not at all denying that narrative. I'm just raising questions. They say we came here in the bottom of a slave ship. And that right there, we, all black people, it's 44 million black people in America today, that we are all descendants. And that's the assumption, all blacks in America came here by way of slave ship. Am I wrong? And if I'm saying something that's not right, I welcome your comments. And I'm just raising questions. These are things that have been on my mind for a long, long time. We're taught this storyline that black people, but yet, we're taught this storyline that black people came to America in the bottom of a slave ship. But some of our grandmothers told us that their mother was Choctaw. Their father was Blackfoot. This is what our grandparents told us. If your grandparent or one of your ancestors told you had indigenous, that you are black, but in addition to you being black, you have indigenous roots. And I'm not saying I'm just asking who we are, because the show earlier this week raised that question. And Mike Lane, let me plug his website. Brilliant young man, genius, 30 years old. Has raised some very powerful information. When he searches his ancestry back to the 1700s, all he finds is papers, names of indigenous Americans. Indigenous, black, Indian, whatever your term is. He calls himself a native black American. His preference is Native American, but he says native black American, so that we, your African Americans, can at least be open to a broader perspective. My grandma, my great-grandmother on my mother's side was Blackfoot Indian. That's all I really learned up until a point. But there's another storyline. There are those of us who are Christian and who read the Bible. And I want to ask you, and this won't be long. I don't do long. We try to do thorough, though. In Deuteronomy 28, tell me if this sounds like black people. And I'm coming around midway, 18th verse, all through the 28th chapter of Deuteronomy. That's first 5 books of the Bible, the Pentateuch. It talks about a people who, because they disobeyed God, were scattered all over the world. So when we talk about the original Hebrews, who were obviously black, who obviously could blend with Egyptians, could we be Hebrew? Could we be the lost tribe of Judah? That's my question. When you look at that book and the story in it, could we be Hebrew? Could we be the lost tribe? Despite our having been disconnected from our historical roots, wherever they may be, the more I read this stuff, the more I gather we don't know who we are. When I look at it, you tell me if I'm wrong. All we know is what somebody told us. That's all we really know about who we are. All we know is what somebody told us. That's the only thing that I wanted to pose. Who are we? Beyond what somebody else has told us, what research have we done to find out who we are? And you're going to say, well, Doni, there's Ancestry.com. Sure is. There is Ancestry.com. I'm not going to somebody else to ask them who I am. I'm going to the source. And the young man brought up a term this week that I had never heard, Mike Lane. And I hadn't heard it used in this context, reclassification. In his story, he talks about how one of his, I think it was his grandfather, who on his papers said Choctaw, but in dealing with the American government, he was somehow reclassified as African American. Do you know what that did to his grandfather's legacy had he not intervened? It would have stripped him of his ancestral rights, the money, the land. Another point that I want to bring out is about the Dawes Commission. The Dawes Commission was essentially, and I first learned about them when I was writing I Am Black Wall Street. The Dawes Commission was essentially a table with 5 white guys there. And the blacks coming off the Trail of Tears, who were soldiers. They were not slaves, soldiers. They fought in the Second Seminole War, fought to a truce, led by Chief John Horse. I write about it in the book. That's how the first blacks got to Oklahoma in 1843. I'm trying to say that our history has been so hidden from us, you would not believe all that has really happened. Dr. Ivan Van Sertima, Lerone Bennett, they came before Columbus, before the Mayflower. These books should be staples in our community. We should be still reading these books. We still should be reading Malcolm X and having our children, grandchildren, so on. If we don't teach and preserve our history, giving all of the access we have to Amazon, there's no excuse. We get everything else. It's time we start buying some books. This is a book that President of Harbor Bank sent me, the founder, Mr. Joe Haskins, FinTech Wars. We got to start buying our history, saving it, preserving it, and sharing it with our children, because if we don't know who we are, how will our children, in a world that's redefining our blackness every day? Our blackness is redefined as buffoonish. We can dance, we can tell jokes, we can dance, we can bounce a ball. That's the image they have of us. Tell me if I'm wrong. That's what I see. So who are we? Are we Hebrew, the lost tribe of Judah? Are we indigenous? Are we Moors? When you, and I really, this was the Moors, you know, I learned about Black Wall Street and the Moors kind of around the same time when I started reading about the Moors. And there's always that person to tell you, oh, the Moors did this with slavery and this and this and that. There's always that person that's coming with the angle. Just like when you talk about blacks in Mexico and blacks in South America, there's always somebody to come and say there weren't blacks there. When you look at the Olmec heads, those noses aren't African, black, pleptoid, what have you, whatever the term is. Our blackness is always denied. One of the things that I was glad that Mike Lane and I got to discuss was something that's in front of us everywhere. You don't have to go anywhere to see this. Mound pyramids. If you've never heard of them, look them up, Google them. Mound pyramids. Hundreds, thousands maybe, across North America. I thought there were 450. I've learned talking with Mike that there are a lot more. Mound pyramids. Yeah, like the pyramids in Egypt, made of grass. Hundreds of years old, if not longer. Mike even argues, and let me plug his site again, that the pyramids in the Americas are older than the ones in Egypt. And he raised the question, why would, he's essentially saying the pyramid business started here in America. You know anything about Kincaid's Cave out in Arizona? What did they find in Kincaid's Cave in the Grand Canyon? It is my understanding that they found Egyptian artifacts. How come we don't know about it? It's hidden. It's hidden Black history. Somebody doesn't want us to know. Somebody wants to hide that history. Somebody wants to redefine us. I mean, if all you think is that your ancestor was a slave, then easily you could have that mindset. But as an African American, as a Black American, or whatever the politically correct Native Black American, I have come to understand that I'd better think for myself. I cannot trust anyone's opinion on who I am. I must know who I am. I must do my own research, look up my own family trees, look up my own roots. Nobody is going to do that for me but me. Now, you can hire an old boy here, and I do endorse his information. But I also encourage you to look up your own daggone history. If there's something empowering about doing it for yourself, there's something liberating when we do stuff for ourselves. When I get to figure out stuff with the computer, figuring it out for myself is so much. To me, the journey is even more special. Thank you for joining us. The topic today is, who are we? My man, Mike. Mike, you want to join us? I'd love to get your thoughts. You're down there in Florida. Let me send you a link, old boy. Florida, I must say. Put the link in the comments. Anybody wants to come in and chime, we'd love to hear your perspective. So that's the question I posed to you. Who are we? Are we Moors, or are we all three? Could we, as people of color, people of the darker hue in these Americas, with hundreds of years of centuries of lineage in this country, could our lineage be even deeper than we imagine? The Moors had been coming here. People had been coming here from Africa long before the transatlantic slave trade of the 16th and 17th century. There are Black artifacts found in the Grand Canyon, Kincaid's Cave. Look it up. They buried the stuff in the Smithsonian. There's so much about our history we just don't know. I heard a song. It says, I don't care what the white man say, Santa Claus is a black man. Did you know that Santa Claus was really a black man? Literally. Look it up. How do you look it up? Smartphone. St. Nicholas was his name, right? St. Nicholas, Turkey. I've come to learn that he was from Turkey. You want to see Santa Claus? I'm going to show you Santa Claus. He was born on March 15th, by the way. He was a Pisces. That's Santa Claus. In my experience, certain people don't give away nothing. Usually taking stuff. That's Santa Claus. We don't know nothing. All we know is what somebody told us, even about this book. I got questions about this book that we would die for. One, I appreciate it. I expect that. Thank you. The truth is, can you prove you from Africa? Other than a DNA test by Ancestry.com, can you prove you're African? I pose that question to us. Can we prove it? Can somebody show you that receipt? That's all I'm asking. And it's painful. It's painful to think that all this time we've been believing something. That's, he says, I asked the lady today. I won't say her name, but she belongs to a very special family here in Baltimore. That very question. And she was honest. She said, I don't know. How do you know you're from Africa? Your grandmother said you were Blackfoot. Could you have been here all along? Could you, instead of being a descendant of slaves, be a descendant of the indigenous peoples? They're always telling us that we were just slaves. That wasn't the case. I've read stories, as reported in my second book, of black conquistadors. Not all blacks were in slavery. Blacks were royalty, as like the Moors. Like the Moors. That's the Moor in the back. All throughout Europe for 800 years, black people, they tampered with the scriptures. Yeah, I do agree. And that's what I was getting to. The Bible was written in English. The one we read is in English. Most of us read English. If you study to show yourself approved, you know the original wasn't in English. I want to know what it was written in. What language was the original in? What, Amharic, one of those languages that Jesus spoke. So if I'm going to really know what's in those pages, ultimately I got to learn to read or use some Chat GPT and learn the original. That's all I'm saying. If we truly Christian, if we really about finding out who we are. I'm just saying the Christianity that's fed to us here. And I love the Lord. This ain't got nothing to do. Politics was used a lot in religion. And religion was used a lot in politics. And when you look at the history of America and you got a slave Bible, literally, it raises questions for me. Mike, politics. You got to cut that other one off. How you doing?
Doni, how you doing?
Can you handle this discussion?
It's deep. It's really, really deep.
You down in Florida?
Okay, what was that again?
Where are you?
I'm down in Tampa, Florida.
Florida got a lot of black history. I was sharing with a group today about Black Caesar. Remember I told you about Black Caesar?
Yeah,
Black Caesar.
in fact, not only about Black Caesar, but about a lot of things about Florida that I didn't know. And when I posed that question, especially to other blacks down here, they didn't know. So they say knowledge is power. And that's what you have. You have power. And,
We have power.
And to share that knowledge with others, man, that's deep.
We have power.
Yeah.
And we got to spread it around. We got to light candles and get people to start asking the question. I sense, I don't know about you. You're right. Ignorance is bliss. I sense a great awakening happening where things that were hidden in up until now will be revealed more and more, and people of faith have to follow the spirit. I ain't no holy roller, but I do know that we have a connection to God that's unmistakable.
True.
I don't know about other people. I know in my community, we have a connection. And when you look at black people all across America, deep down south, Philly, up north, Midwest, Cali, we all have that innate connection. And I don't know that I know it's spiritual. That I know. And I know we have a connection to the land.
True.
But that's just my take. Your thoughts. I'm going to shut up.
No, I agree with you. You've already put it out there, man, right? That connection that we do have. And about how we got to use that connection, man, in some kind of way, man, in the spirit of Black Wall Street, take that knowledge, man, and make it happen again. Recreate Black Wall Street all over again.
So that was the question to me earlier today about the different Black Wall Streets and the different black towns that we just don't know about. So I'll just share some basic. Oklahoma, in addition to Tulsa's Black Wall Street in the Greenwood district, there were 70 to 80 black towns in Oklahoma. There were over 500 towns, black towns in East Texas. How come we didn't know that?
Mm-hmm.
Black Caesar, by the way, the pirate, was the first black millionaire, according to my research. Now, they hung him before he even got to spend it all, but to my knowledge, to my research, he collected about $6 or $7 million in today's numbers. Black Caesar, Biscayne Bay, down your way.
That's why black media is so important, and the platform that you have to bring the real knowledge, man, to the average lay person. What happens if the mass of lay people get the real knowledge, man? And how that in and of itself can change the narrative when people look at themselves and understand as a black man, you're a great person, contrary to what they try to portray and how they try to use your image to destroy you and make everybody in the world hate you because of your very skin. But even with that being said, how the black has always been able to come back like baby kids, time after time after time. And every time we come back, we become better and better and better and better.
So, Mike, when you think of Florida, do you look at Florida differently now? You say you've learned some things about it. How do you look at it differently, if you do?
I think one of the things I like about Florida, and especially the spirit of black neighborhoods, man, and the belief that, especially in the neighborhoods that I work in, like in West Tampa, the belief that if you want to change had to come from within. When the black community can amass all the power it needs to create its own table, to create its own destiny, using a bottom-up approach, man, that's really power. What I like about Tampa is the openness to see the possibility when it comes to thinking a new school and a next generation approach. Because the definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over again and expecting a different type of outcome.
So, Mike, let me pose this question to you. Are your ancestors from Africa?
You know, my spirit tells me I have no scientific data to support that. But my spirit, that any spirit into me knows that, yeah, I'm definitely, they don't ask me why, but I can't verify it. I don't have that way of verifying it. In fact, now I've taken that DNA test that everybody else is taking, but it really don't tell you who you are. For example, it don't tell me my connection to my Indian nature. Now I know I'm an Indian, and I know I got a background, but that test,
How do
ancestry,
you
or
how do
whatever
you
it
know
is,
it?
it don't. Oh my, from parents, it's been handed down. My grandmother, for example, she was really an Indian. You can see it in her, right? So that's how I know from anecdotal data from learning from your parents and what have you, right? But yet, when I do that test, I don't see anything to show me as an Indian, Native American, and my connection to it. It
So
shows everything else but that.
maybe if someone nurtured your knowledge of your lineage a little more, you would know a little more.
Do that.
But your grandmother told you, did she tell you what particular, as they say, tribe?
No, that's what I don't know. And of course, most of my family's dying off, so I have no way of knowing. The only thing I could try to do a research to say, using birth certificate and things of that nature, and hoping that can help open up the truth as to my background, because I think that's very, very important. Everybody should know their history. You should know where you come from. Where did it all start? from in order for you to clearly understand who you are and even why you do what you do today.
So let me ask you this. I got this comment up here from Amar. Do you know what he's referring to when he says Turtle Island?
No, I don't. That's interesting.
That's your homework assignment.
Yeah, because your knowledge is power. You learn something new every day. I'm 70 years old and I learn something new every day. Here's
All
another
right, well,
thing,
I ain't
another
gonna give
assignment
you
for me
70.
to
I
learn.
better give it to you now. Turtle Island is what native indigenous people call North America.
Whoa.
Amar,
Every time I come on your show, I get knowledge.
Just let me know, huh?
Every time I come on your show, I get new knowledge. Knowledge is power.
Well,
Every
let's just
time.
look it up. You know, you got a thing on your phone called Google. What is Turtle Island? What is Turtle Island? Turtle Island is a name used by many indigenous peoples, especially in North America, to refer to the continent itself. Bam! Amar wanted you to know that the DNA test is trash. Anytime you go on to somebody else to ask them who you are, doesn't something sound fundamentally wrong with that? Hey, Mike, who am I? How the hell I know?
Yeah. And I tell him I agree with him 100%. But I didn't know that until I started listening to your show. And I got that knowledge that, hey, Mike, this test that you took is really not real. It's really not the test you need
I'm
to
not
really
saying that.
learn about who you are.
I'm not saying it's not real.
It's limited, though. It's limited.
I'm asking you, what do we know about it? What can we conclude about it? I'm not saying they wrong. I'm asking you, now you went over there and you paid for this. Did you get this? Or did you get this?
I got
Or
that.
did you get this?
I got exactly the last thing, this right here. That's what I got.
Stop believing every damn thing somebody tell you. Go look for yourself. Go to Virginia. Go to South Carolina to the record house where they keep the records at. Virginia got more records than anybody.
Awesome.
You on the East Coast, go to Virginia.
Awesome. Awesome. And again, I'm excited because all the knowledge you give me, I'm gonna turn that around. Because I really do need to know who am I? Where did I come from?
Let me give you a term. So I've given you this term. Do you understand what reclassification is? Reclassification is your grandma says she was Indian, but
Right.
you have been categorized as African American.
Right.
Now, I'm not saying you're not African American. I'm saying your grandma told you she was a particular Indian. Not saying she didn't have African blood. Not saying she did. Where did you stop being called Indian? That's all I'm asking. Who gets to say that? If your grandmother was Choctaw, God daggone it, you Choctaw.
Okay.
If you Choctaw, that's all I'm saying.
Okay.
It don't stop because of man.
Okay.
It don't stop because man said you're African American. And that's what the Dawes Commission was. DAWES, the Dawes Commission. We're giving it to you straight off the book, straight out their own book. What is the Dawes Commission? Officially known as the Commission to the Five Civilized Tribes, was a federal body, 5 white guys at a table, established in 1893 to essentially say, Doni, you're African American. Mike, you are Choctaw. Just on physical looks. If I'm wrong, tell me. If you disagree with me,
you're right. You're right.
Not you. I mean, to our broader audience. If what I'm saying isn't true, if it doesn't make sense, please, I'd love to hear it.
So
how can someone
Doni,
take that out of your history and today to you it's unimportant when actually When they took your name off the rolls, they took your name out of the pot of money of people who could be considered Indian. Like the reservations, they have us thinking, oh, that couldn't have been our ancestors. I'm asking, show me, prove it.
Again, that goes back to what I'm
Because
saying.
I don't believe nothing this other cat has told me.
Right.
If I believe anything this cat has told me, that's like the dude up Penn North selling the fentanyl. That's who that dude is. So nothing he tells me is good. Nothing. He's proven himself. He's trying to kill me. He's selling fentanyl. He's selling fentanyl, calling it dope.
You know, it goes back to trust but verify. But anyway, what I wanted to say before that was that
Got me revved up.
your show gets so particularly deep that a lot of people are not exposed to this level of deepness. I remember when I was coming up, I used to use the word, man, that's deep. And what your show offers is a deep perspective, no matter what the subject matter is. And that's what I appreciate about you, and I appreciate about the guests that comes to your shows. You're definitely, you may be a smarter person I know over the years, just from the subject matter of what you bring to the table.
Well, I got to thank this young man right here at NativeBlackAncestry.com because
Okay.
do your homework. And all I'm saying is trust is earned. We're out of trust. Trust is earned. We're totally out of trust. Trust is earned. That's the only way you get it. You earn it.
I plan to go to that site.
And this is for our preachers, our imams, our professors, our black colleges. Trust is earned. All of that past stuff, let's just wipe the slate clean. Let's start again. And if you violate, we calling you out. If you help enslave our minds and our spirits, you're a problem. You're enemy of the people.
Okay.
How can we have blacks in all of these positions and yet our children are not learning black history in our schools? I got a problem with that. Maryland got a lot of black history. Where you at? Florida is like the black capital, man. That's why they keep chasing us out of there, because they love that land. They don't want, that's really where your roots are. Our roots are. We got so many roots in Florida.
And guess what? More black businesses are in Florida than any state in the United States. Believe it, even with all of the issues that we have in Florida, we still have the greatest number of black businesses in the United States. So there's a lot of money down here.
I'm going to be doing some work with some of the chambers of commerce down there.
Okay.
You got some black chambers down there, a part of the U.S. Black Chamber.
Yeah, I know quite a few chambers down this way. Yeah, but that's the only way. Economics.
Here's a piece of. I'm sorry, Mike. Go ahead.
No, I'm saying that economics is the pathway forward. One key thing that we have to do is to move it from a consumer mindset to an investor mindset. We was taught from day one to be consumers instead of from day one to be investors. In some households, they teach their kids from day one that you're going to own it. You know, other communities, especially when we was come up, we was taught just to get that job, buy things, and be happy in life. So mindset, we have to move from a consumer to and the brother John Pope Bryan, I think he talks about it all the time, how we have to move from a consumer to an investor perspective. For every dollar that you spend, you should be able to show how you're going to bring that dollar to come back, to be an investor. And it's so easy to do. You can invest in penny stock. There's so many ways, man, to make that money work for you. And America will be so afraid if blacks begin to understand the power of the dollar and use the dollar for them and not let the dollar use them, how we can build an economic giant. Because in this world, it's all about economics. And the black people got the economics with $1.5 trillion. Imagine, imagine if we use the full capacity of that dollar, how we could change the narrative.
I want to thank Dr. Tyrone Taborn and STEM City USA, STEMCityUSA.com. They are one of our sponsors. He puts out the Black Engineer of the Year Awards, BEYA, BEYA.org, one of the largest, if not the largest, conferences for Black engineers, particularly here on the East Coast. Dr. Taborn, straight out of, originally from Chicago, raised in LA, spent summers on Tulsa's Black Wall Street, but we have him here in Baltimore. We've had him. He's been doing this conference, BEYA, BEYA.org, for about 40 years. Here's a comment from Under Tam's Subjective. Moors came over with Columbus to eradicate the indigenous copper first peoples of Turtle Island. They might, some refer to us as copper skin, or let's say it like this. The indigenous peoples to this land were referred, their complexion was described as copper. Hebrews, Judah, Israel, by so-called familiarity. Got some great comments here. Engine Radio. That's correct. Heartbreaking when you do your real research and learn what really happened and who was who and what role they played. Everything is now, it is so much more layered, Mike, than what they told us. Let me give you this story, Mike. As another one from Amar. I appreciate your support, Amar. Moors landed in Charleston, South Carolina, also mated with the indigenous dark-skinned Naiji American women. Mike, do you see this stuff? Mike, just this right here. We weren't having this discussion 30 years ago. So even though the internet, social media, it can have us doing some buffoonish things, it can also have us uncovering things collectively so that everybody gets some. Everybody gets some enlightenment. Everybody gets a share in the pot. Isn't that beautiful, Mike? Big up
It's awesome,
big up some,
it is awesome.
Moors landed in Charleston. There's a thing I'll call Project 1619.
Okay.
A noted Black journalist is associated with it. I was writing this book around that same time as the 1619. And 1619 is late. If you're talking about since the Moors got kicked out of Spain, to say that Black people first landed here officially in 1619, it's late. At least 100 years, at least by 100 years in terms of modern. And I'm talking about the European time of coming here to America. So 16th, 17th century, that era. They are late. The British, by the time the British got to North America, the Spanish then colonized all of South America. You realize that the Portuguese, they done dominated South America. Columbus was a slaver. At the end of the day, he was scouting land, snatching people. Here's something, Mike. Are you ready for this? You're not ready. Did you know that they took people from America to Europe and enslaved them? They took people from America to Europe.
In your show, during one of your shows, during one of your presentations, I didn't know beforehand, but go ahead, my brother. But that's how I learned what you're about to say. I never knew. Again, that goes to your show. So much information.
What do we know about who we are? And how do we know it? What have we researched? Are we really African American, or are we Native Black Americans? So Ahmad doesn't like the term black, and that's one challenge. It's hard to find a term that we can all agree on. Melanated,
Yeah.
is that a safe word? I found melanated to be safe. Nobody argues with melanated. Maybe I need to work with that a little more. Nobody can argue with melanated. So who are we? That's still the question. Who are we? Do we know? Do we definitively know who in the heck we are? Do we know? And how do we know? What do we tell our children? Do we tell our children, I think I am? I mean, even down to our faith. We saw in the movie Amistad how there were melanated people on that ship who were Muslim. And see, that's the thing. America has redefined us, has snatched our history, has disconnected us in the films, in the movies. This stereotype is presented of a black man who is clueless. He tells jokes, he dances, he sings, he catches a ball. But damn if they'll tell you about Matthew Henson. They won't tell you about Matthew Alexander Henson, the first man to reach the North Pole. I went to Matthew Alexander Henson Elementary School, and that is the first thing they indoctrinated in us, to know that the first man to reach the North Pole was melanated. His name was Matthew Alexander Henson. And guess where he came from? You'll never guess what state he come from. Matthew Henson. Guess. Charles County, Maryland. A black man from Charles County, Maryland was hanging out with the Eskimos and discovered the North Pole. They will tell you, because they taught me this 54 years ago when I first went to Henson, people want to give Admiral Perry the credit because he led the expedition. Only thing is, he caught frostbite and could not complete the journey. Stevie Wonder sang about it in his song, Black Man. I put up a story about Mansa Musa, and here comes the culture vulture, the critic. Oh, Mansa Musa had slaves. Well, that was the way of the times. He went on to say that something to the effect that Mansa Musa could not have been a nice guy. You see how people want to tell us who our leaders were? They won't tell you about Napoleon. They won't tell you what others have done, but they will demonize your heroes. Don't let people demonize your heroes. Know who your heroes are and why, and love them and learn as much as you can about them and share their stories. I'm not saying that our ancestors were perfect. Of course not. No one's ancestors are perfect. I am saying that we have a lot more history than we have been led to believe, even by the school system. Why would your enemy teach you how powerful you are? It's not your enemy's job to tell you how smart you are, how blessed you are, how talented you are, how skilled you are.
Now, this is what I call critical thinking.
All right, Amar can drop some knowledge on you. You ready? Most of these people were dark-skinned Moors. Amar doesn't care for the Moors too tough. And he prefers indigenous. He don't like native. I've run into a similar thing. I have done a lot of work with people who've come home from prison. Have you ever worked with that group of people who were locked up? Mike?
Oh, yeah, definitely, man. Yeah.
Did you know there's a
And when
politically
they
correct?
come out to work with them to get, well, I started that in Sandtown, working with the Sandtown. When people come out, help them get a job,
Did
substance
you
boost,
did you know
and the
there's
whole
a
nine
politic?
yards.
Did you know there's a politically correct term? It's
Hmm.
not formally it's not returning citizens, and it's not ex-offenders. Those are bad words in that community. It's formally incarcerated. That is the politically correct term. Formally
Formerly
incarcerated.
incarcerated. I go with that. You know, I go with that. So I have worked with the formerly incarcerated, among other special targeted group, in providing that type of resource. Um, because it's critical that we do. If we don't provide that resources quickly when that man come out, and connect that man to a job, and also connect that man to a different mindset, because a job won't change it unless you mindset that thing at the same time. That man is going back within 6 months. And I know there's a lot of programs in Baltimore that focus towards that population, because they clearly understand what are the key components that you need to have and make sure that person does not return.
Mike, where did the world start saying white people? Did you know that
Well,
prior to America, it was not a term?
it wasn't. Let
It's
me tell you what I know.
Here's the
Uh,
fancy term: social construct.
so
Like, you're not black. I mean, you look dark brown, chocolate brown, caramel brown.
Sam, let me share this with you. So and you can correct me on this information. I learned that the Portuguese are the ones that made this a race-based thing. That they did that because in order to take over Africa, they needed to demonize it. And by demonizing it as black, they was able to continue that trade, that slave trade. Before then, there wasn't really a black-white
I
type
don't
of
buy that,
thing.
Mike.
They demonized it.
I don't buy that, Mike.
So
Black.
okay, give me your respect. Like I said, that's the respect. That's what I've learned. So hit me up. Knowledge is power, man.
The first people to be blamed for slavery are the greedy African kings who sold other black people. Not anybody from Europe. It was the greedy African kings, first and foremost.
I
Before
don't
we
have a
go point,
disconnect with that.
before we go pointing fingers, or before descendants of slaves, descendants of enslaved melanated people, before they go blaming, or we, or however it goes,
Right.
first gotta look in the mirror.
But
Let
even
me tell
that
you
being
something.
the case,
America could stand a 12-step program.
but Danny, even that being the case, it wasn't the people that sold us to the white people that made black a bad word.
Hold up,
It
hold
was
up,
the
hold up,
Portuguese that did that.
hold up. The people who sold people into slavery, because you cannot confirm that you are a descendant of a slave.
It's true.
Do you know who in your family was a slave?
I don't. I
And
don't.
I say this, let me tell you this, God rest her soul, Dr. Helena Hicks. I met this woman, well-educated, God rest her soul, well-known in Baltimore for her activism. She researched her lineage and could not find any slaves. And this was maybe 10 years ago I met her. And it hit me then, not all black people are descendants of slaves. Not all white people are descendants of free people. All we really know is what somebody told us, unless we go and do the research for ourselves. That's all I'm saying. If you disagree, I'd love to hear your thoughts.
No, that's why I'm quiet. You know, you very seldom hear me quiet, right, Danny? You very seldom hear me quiet. But truth is truth. So yeah, you definitely you silenced me tonight with the knowledge that you're giving up.
And the words, Amar said they cast spells on us. I'll say it like this. The power of life and death is in the tongue. And also say what you mean and mean what you say. And yes, we should have a dictionary. We should look up words. You ever see some of us, and I guess we all make the mistake, where we say a word incorrectly and swear we right. Don't get me wrong. All right. 1790 is when they started white. So white is not your description of where white came from, but mine is not of the Portuguese. Mine is more, yours is talking about how they carried it in Africa. I can definitely see that here in the Americas because they were outnumbered. When the European was first coming here, he was outnumbered. And he's being outnumbered again. But when the European first came, they had to find a way to connect the rich whites or the rich Europeans with the poor Europeans. Because remember, a lot of the criminals and the poorest people in England came here trying to escape law and a whole bunch of other stuff. And there's some things we got to learn. He mentions here maritime laws of the sea. We got to start studying law. I've seen Moors in court shake a judge down, brother. I've seen it. They're slaves. They were also indentured servants. You know what an indentured servant is? Right here on your phone, Google.
Are you asking me?
Yeah.
That's a person that does something and have to pay economically back. Like if you do something and I give you something, well, I say you have to work off your debt and working off your debt for you to get free.
See, Amar is saying something, and look, Amar, I appreciate you. He's saying what I'm asking. Apparently, he has researched his family tree. All my relations were free indigenous people. And I can tell you, I sense that he's not going to allow anybody to tell him who he is. He knows who he is. He certainly has a better understanding than I think a lot of us do. Because all we know is what somebody told us. And like you said, we ain't going beyond that. Even though we got access to the internet all around us. We're on the internet now. Let me show you something, Mike. You ever seen this before?
No.
Those are Hebrews.
What am I looking at?
Those are fallacious.
What am I looking at?
Fallacious Hebrews.
Okay.
Because that's part of my question. Are we Moors? Are we Hebrew? Are we indigenous?
Okay.
Or are we just the descendants of slaves? We had to come from somewhere. And when I look at the accomplishments of our community, when I look at what Black people have accomplished in this country, given our limited resources, we are an awesome people, brother. A lot of us, Black people don't stick. Oh, shut up. We stick together. We just ain't tolerating no foolishness from nobody. I like that comment. So, you know, over in India, they got the caste system, and the blackest Indians, if I'm not mistaken, correct me if I'm wrong, y'all, are what they call, what's the term? The people at the bottom in India, undesirables.
Right, right.
Who's at the bottom of the caste system in India? Untouchables? I think it's untouchables. Yeah, the untouchables. The untouchables. And they tend to be dark.
So what do they
Untouchable.
mean by untouchables?
That's the term they use for them. I've seen some Indians so dark, bruh. It's like, dude, you under the bed black.
Mm.
And that's fine. But isn't it amazing that this same guy can look down on you like you African American, you don't know who you are? We don't understand also where Slavic comes from. Do you know where Slavic comes from, Mike?
Mm-hmm.
Root word slave.
Hmm.
Yugoslavia, Czechoslovakia, Slavia. Eastern Europe, Mike.
Hmm.
Slavic people, slave peoples. We have a myopic view of slavery and its role in the, all throughout history, one people conquered another. And when that one people conquers another, it takes its history, usurps it, sucks it up, takes the good,
Mm-hmm.
spits it out, puts it in its own uniform, its own baseball cap. But the pyramids, and let me give them a plug, the pyramids, this young man from native black ancestry.com suggests that the oldest pyramids are in the Americas. What if that were the case? What if our pyramids are in Egypt? And I'm not saying we're not cousins. You can't get that melanated without, but I don't know. What do we really believe? What do we really know about who we are?
So Donnie, I'm asking everybody that's looking at this, they too go to this particular site. Do your research. Can you put that back up again, Donnie?
Mm-hmm.
It's as easy as a click away from getting an opportunity to know who you are. Because Donnie posed the question, who are you? It's got me still asking the question, who am I in terms of my ancestries? This take you closer towards that particular path.
Shannon flows. I'm sensing what she says. Everybody can't handle this question, Mike.
I don't know, man.
Everybody can't handle this question. Who are we? And how do we really know? Do you know who you are? I know what you were told. I was told the same thing. And some of it wasn't told. Some of it was assumed. We assumed it. She said we are all of the above. I'm still with you, Ma, but I'm open to this. I'm open to we are all of the above. You don't know what to make of this, do you, Mike?
Well, I know people share their own perspective. It has certainly got me to thinking. I think that's what's most important. I didn't think that I would be thinking like this tonight. So you've definitely taken it to another level for me. And I hope folks that are watching tonight that it takes them to another level also. Who are we? Really? Different folks with different strokes will give different things related
Definitely.
to what that question is. But at the end of the day, you have to define who you are and give your definition. Although other folks might give multiple definitions, but that search
Mike,
to find is so
Mike,
important.
is
Thank
this
you, Danny, for that.
Mike, is this conversation regular?
No, it's not.
Are we having this conversation enough? I'm seeing
No,
a
we're
nice
not. No, we're
variety.
not. No, we're not. No, we're not. And I guess that's why when I say to folks and people that say in Florida all the time, when I talk about you, Donnie, I say, if you want to meet a guy that's taking it to the next level, I mean, critical thinking, make you say art and things of that nature, that you need to watch this type of show. This confirms what I was saying on a deeper level. Normally, it's about Black Wall Street and things of this nature, but tonight it brings home the reason why Donnie does what he does when it comes to Black people. Who are you? Most people, Donnie, can answer that question. That's not Black. They can tell you who they are, all the way back.
We got to get a dictionary. I know we buy a lot of stuff online. We got to start buying some books. How many of us even know what? Huh?
What did Malcolm X say about books?
Which
He
part?
said something about books.
Education is the passport to the future.
He was saying how black people are afraid to read a book. It's like putting shoes on their foot. I think that's what he was saying. And it's so true, man, when it comes to books. He said this years, decades ago, that black people.
Let's update that. All people got reading issues. Reading, mind you, was originally for the rich. Education in Europe was primarily for those who had money. Poor people, they just started learning to read in the past couple hundred years. There was no printing press. So you got listen. You got a lot of people historically believing something that a pope told them. And if they had a pope in back then, so you got this pope who can read telling you what to believe, and you can't read. Okay.
But I don't think it was only about reading when he made that statement. It was about people giving knowledge up and people not paying attention.
It was when they
so he wasn't only talking about the book, but I think he was more talking about knowledge when it comes to that. How black people won't pay attention. Like this knowledge that we're looking at tonight. A lot of people would be so afraid to even listen to this. They would say it's too deep or it's too this and this, that. That's what I'm talking about.
So Indian shares this. Aryan Hindus started casting a Spanish colored, and then he comes back and says, "Oh damn, he jumped on me." Everyone put feathers in the cap. I need to do my research. Yeah, she makes a good point. That's true too. But I like that. We are the landlords. The big thing that came out for me in talking with Mike Lane is the land that was taken from us. The land that was taken from our ancestors. They didn't have to give us 40 acres and a mule. They already took it from us. If anything, they were restoring what they took. Griot sites. I know who I am. Ooh, watch this. Watch this. We have tombs older than most in so-called Egypt. Uh-oh. 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 We've been thinking all this time, self-included, that Egypt, you go back 4,700 years, the Pyramid of Joseph, D-J-O-S-E-R, Pyramid of Joseph, oldest pyramid. Amar apparently is one of the mindset that the ones here are older. We all have to do our research. I agree, Cherie. Cherie Doherty, hello, sis. Oh boy, y'all watching, keep supporting. Shout out to BlackUSA.News. Thank you, Mr. Greater Cleaners. Oh, okay. Don't connect you to a land through, and that's the issue. We don't have a homeland, or how about this? We always had a homeland. We just didn't know it was ours. Fascinating discussion, Mike. Thank you for taking this journey with me, man. Again, shout out to Dr. Tyrone Tabon. We will be coming back with more. We just had to do a follow-up, Mike. The love we got, and let me put the plug in for old boy, Mike Lane. I'm calling him honorary Dr. Mike Lane. This young man, I'm 60. Mike, you 66?
No, I'm 69, man, going on 70, man. But you know what? I feel like I'm 35, man, because I never really grew up.
Mike is 30 years old. The young man that founded NativeBlackAncestry.com. Please check him out.
That's awesome, man.
I
But this, in
certainly.
closing, I was gonna say in closing, I definitely want to give a shout out, man, because the people here in Tampa remind me of the people in Sandtown, especially in West Tampa. That attitude that this owl show. If you come into this neighborhood, we created a table, then therefore you buy into our destiny, and we don't follow your destiny. And I think that was all learned from that Sandtown experience. You remember that thing called self-motivated community people real center? That was the term that was used back then. That's exactly that reminds me of Tampa, especially in West Tampa. Because I think that be it West Tampa, East Tampa, West Baltimore, Detroit, it takes those people that's out there that believe that it's our neighborhood, and we control what's going on in that neighborhood, and we build that castle, and we build the table, and we decide who comes to that table and who comes to the table what they do.
We'll get these comments in. Remember, they didn't call themselves black way back in Old English.
Mm.
We got to understand how words change over time. This is from Sonic King. Thank you for all of your comments. Thank you for your support this evening. Sonic King, buy the story of how we have overpaid on taxes for decades, the black tax. That's why Haiti is still paying restitution to France today, because they kicked Napoleon's butt. And they were not playing. He's supporting everyone's place, Brother Nati, up on North Avenue, 2 blocks from Penn North. Something is always beautiful at Penn North, despite the picture painted. Amar's the servant, Levi. We got to write books, document our history, because they are in the final phase of erasure. Hey, this cat is knocking out museums, Orange Man museums, and history books, classes. And it also says something about our academics. Sometimes our academics have their heads up their hind parts. They're so in a damn book that they can't come out to reality. They're so in a damn book. You got to apply the book to life. So the academics in our HBCUs got to get some hands on. They got to be in the community. Social sciences, education, nursing. We got to reestablish that connection that we once had. Once integration came, integration gave us too much freedom, because then we start thinking we don't need each other. We start thinking me, myself, and I. We start thinking to hell with grandma's house.
But Donnie, I agree. And I think the term that's being used is that we have to create the village again. Well, I'm in my brother's keeper, not the community, but the village. And I think that when they destroyed the village and then created the hood, they created what we see right now. But once we take the hood to the village, we reverse the process.
I got to go look this up, Amar. Thank you for this tidbit. He's saying the oldest pyramid is in Mexico. When I first came across that information sometime, I ain't gonna lie, I did some real cognitive dissonance on it. I said, no way. I said to myself,
this is done.
I said, no way.
This is a reminder. Fix my dentures. Just let me know if this is done.
Oh, they done put you on blast, shorty. The largest pyramid, I got you on mute. The largest pyramid was in Mexico, called the Great Pyramid. And thank God you got what you need to eat. Grand awareness, my beautiful melanin type old blood people, original Earth One is who I say I am. Hello, original Earth One. Politically, I am aboriginal to Turtle Island. See, Mike, at 69 years old, you learned that North America is viewed as Turtle Island from many melanated people.
I
Because
did.
I believe you get 1 or 2 comments, that represents thousands. Just in my
That's
30
awesome.
years of experience. Blood types matter with haplogroup markers. So these are terms we need to know. Haplogroup markers. And that
Awesome.
has to do with your blood, your DNA, you know, and it's okay to not know terms. It's, hey, dude, I don't know this stuff, but I tell you what I do got. I tell you what I do have. And throw it in the chat GPT if you don't know. And you should have a chat GPT account. I'll say it right here on the show. If you don't have a chat GPT account, well, what are you doing, boo-boo?
Yeah, that's definitely.
Stop listening
But
to what somebody
you know,
says. People tell
they
you,
used to
find out
wear,
for yourself, Mike. Let me finish. Find out for yourself. Go try something for yourself first and see how it works for you before you let somebody else. Like, I had a situation. You can't deal with her. Why can't I deal with her? Because I don't like her. What they got to do with me? Or I deal with so and so, so you got to deal with them. No, I don't. Protect your peace at all times.
So, Danny, what I wanted to say is that you know the term food for thought.
Moor is not
Well,
just
I
black.
got a lot of food tonight from this show.
All right, Moor is not just black. Moor was originally, y'all tell me if I'm wrong, it had to do with North Africa, Mauritania, Morocco. Those were, and they called them Berbers, but those were North African Muslims initially. Over time, you hanging around the Europeans, yeah, Moor became a general term used for black people. For instance, and we got some stuff for you. I ain't gonna let you go just that fast. I gotta pull you in. They call Beethoven a Moor. In my reading, I've come across Beethoven described as a Moor. Now, I knew he was a black man, but there in that day and time, and y'all, hey, look, Amar, I'm open to all of y'all input. But that was the term used. Not saying he was Muslim, not saying he was North African Muslim, but it was a term that started with the North African Muslims and then was used in a broader sense for anybody of color, to my understanding. I am not always right. But Ludwig van Beethoven, black man. Here's one for you, son. You ready? The father of Russian literature. The father of Russian literature was a black man. If I'm lying, I'm dying, and I ain't trying. His name was Alexander Pushkin.
Whoa, I'm loving this.
Man. Look it up.
This show on fire, y'all. Definitely. When it comes to knowledge.
2 or 3 facts can be true at once. I'm open to possibilities. Teach me. I'm here to learn. I'm a student. I'm here to learn. The lion must lay with the lamb. Land can't be stolen if you go outside and it is still there. Ooh. She's saying we still on the land. Do not let that saying go on like incompetent. Do not let that saying go. Land can't be stolen if you go outside. If you go outside, it's still there. All right. Okanachi, Saponi, and our territory ends on the south side of Baltimore Harbor. Look at this culture we're unveiling in our peoples, man. Some of us did not know. So grateful for these comments. The English language. We should study. Change your ethnicity. We are American. Every box on the application, etc. Check the American box. Yes, Shelley. Thank you, Michael. But black, so we can't forget how we got to black. A lot of us were tired of colored, and I'm talking about not me, my parents' generation. They accepted the term colored. I think around that same time we were called Negro. And then came the African American. And a lot of us played in that African American in the Pan-African diaspora perspective, understandably. Because this is what we did know. Our history is deep. And the closest references we have is Africa, because on North American soil, there were no printing presses back in the 1100s, 1200s that we know of. At best, we can find artwork, carvings, like the Olmec heads. The Olmec heads are 2,500 years old in Mexico. They are taller than a human being. Olmec, O-L-M-E-C. Hello, Timmy Eel. Save all knowledge, share to your email or Gmail warriors. When is the end of the summer cookout? Next Saturday. Next Saturday, Easterwood Park. Easterwood.eventbrite.com. Easterwood.eventbrite.com. Easterwood Park. Got a ping pong tournament. He says it real simply. I know we came from America, not from across no water. And Mike, I'm not saying that I'm not a descendant of slavery. I'm not saying it. I'm saying I have not done my research enough to know exactly who the hell I am. I know my dad said his grandma, Molly Morton, was Blackfoot. Now, he shouldn't have told me that, because now I want to know who her peoples were. And I got to find that out. So I need to go ahead and hire this young man. I need to make enough money, because I am trying to pay for a PhD program to hell, if I prove I'm Indian, I probably get to go to school for free. NativeBlackAncestry.com. Thank you for the comments tonight. And this has been a learning session for me and everybody in here. I go with the Bible documentation of who I am. And he said, I am his son, and I got to roll with my father. Now, he is indigenous and claims the Bible. Gratitude. Ashe. Mike, any final thoughts before we get out of here? More, hold on, Mike. Hold on, Mike. We ain't done. More means consanguinity, and bloodline. Timothy, you throwing these words at me, Sean. I got to go look it up. Consanguinity. I feel like I got it. Consanguinity. There we go. Refers to the state of being related to blood or descendant from a common ancestor. Thank you for the new word, Timothy Eel. Consanguinity. Almost like consequence. Consanguinity. Who we are. Thank you. Thank you, Timothy Eel. Here goes Sharonda. Said Moor was originally used to describe Muslim inhabitants of the Maghreb, the Iberian Peninsula, Sicily, Malta during the Middle Ages. Go ahead, Mar. Now, Mar, you coming with it. Mar coming with it. At Indy, they had slaves. What's Indy, right? They were and overthrew them there on this land, and Indy and their colonies. Gotta give me maybe I'll figure it out later. Remember, the Moors were kicked out of Spain. Yes, the Moors left Spain and they haultailed, and I do believe one of the places they went was North America and South America. That's obvious. You go out Druid Hill Park. Do you remember how Druid Hill Park, right at the reservoir, there's a tower? That is Moorish all day long. You ain't gonna tell me otherwise. I've never. You don't remember, Mike. You've been gone that long. You need to come back to Baltimore and get yourself a touch-up, Mike. Berber's also.
Yeah, I've been following through Baltimore through shows like yours. have been my eyes to Baltimore, have kept me up apart, especially your show with just about everything that's going on in Baltimore and beyond. That's how I
No
get my
problem.
information.
It only means muscle. Here you go, Mike. Some of us are, some of us are not. The slave castles are still on the African coast. To me, it seems we exhibit more Africanisms than anything else. Nobody can disagree with that. You know we do. The dark-skinned man. It's a descriptive word. Amar insists it does not mean black. Skynet know who the real landlord is on Atlantan. So Atlantan, you know what he's referring to of Atlantis. This is getting deep, Mike. I thought we could
It's
shut
getting
down.
deep. It's beyond deep. It's getting deep, deep, deep.
No, it's not Alexa. I was talking to Google. Before I can get one comment, another one comes.
I know it's been like that all night. I haven't seen this many comments in any show you've done in a long time coming this fast. You started something. You did something.
I'm gonna tell you. I'm going to credit this young man right here. It's all started with him, actually.
Wow.
Sometimes you don't know their questions. Atlan as in is Atlantis. What can you tell us about Atlantis? Tell me about Atlantis. Tell me what I should know. She said, we all over the damn place. I still know y'all my people, period. How you know, Shelly? She said, I told you the best records are in Virginia. Niji. We are the Atlanteans. There you have it, Mike. We're not Moors, Hebrews, Indigenous, all three. Now we are Atlanteans. Who are we? Amar has come with it. All right, here we go. Here we go. Have you ever heard of the lost city of Atlantis? It's got deep. This is beyond deep. It
is. It is. It's on fire, man.
Shelley's point is taken. No matter where we are, do you know wherever you are, there's something about when you see a black man coming towards you, wherever you are in the world, there's a certain energy. But he don't like black men. Let me take it. Melanated people. There's a certain rhythm. A certain rhythm. You sense it, you see it. Who are we? Now, I will say there was a time when Moors were royalty across Europe. There were, for instance, emperors of Rome who were melanated. The melanated people were all over Europe. So we Atlanteans. We are Atlanteans. That's what Amar says. All right. New term, Mike. New term. Who are we? Tartarians. You writing this down?
I'll come back to get it. You better bet that. To take in all this, I probably have to watch the show 3 times just to be able to consume all this information that's coming at us tonight.
Tartarians. All right. Right. Hidden knowledge. This is Atlantis. There it is, Mike.
Hmm.
We're in Atlantis and we're Atlanteans. Got neuromelanin, melanin and neuromelanin. Thank you, Diane Fitzgerald. Shout out to you. Thank you, scholars. Thank you, researchers. Help me learn. I have no problem telling you, I do not know. I want to know.
Donnie, this
I
is
wanna
at the
know.
doctorate level. This show here is at the doctorate level with this knowledge that's coming in.
The Moors married within different cultures. So there was some intermarrying. There was some intermarriage that occurred. We are the descendants of Moroccans born in America. I'm glad we're having this conversation. Who are we? I thought I knew who I was some time ago, and now I realize, man, I don't know who I am. I'm relearning, I'm rediscovering, I'm moving out all of this gook and indoctrination and getting to a point where I just want to know, just give me the facts. What do I know? And one thing, my dad's been gone since 03, Granny since before that. He said his grandmother was Blackfoot Indian. When I look at her picture, it's always stood out. Real stoic. Which makes me think, you know, when I look at the pictures, and this is just an aside, when I look at the pictures of great grandmas looking real stoic, got a little dress on, what the kids 50 years from now gonna say about grandma? What pictures they gonna have of grandma? Okay, let me get back on track. She said, Shelly said it. We all over the damn place. What they gonna say about your grandma pictures? Like, damn, Granny. The order goes
After
like
all
this.
this knowledge, we needed this.
Sephardic. Sephardic. You better write this down, Mike. There's going to be a quiz. History before your very eyes, folks. Thank you for tuning into this channel. Thank you. This is a STEMCityUSA.com production. To keep it short and sweet. Short, sweet, and simple. They tell us Pocahontas, Captain James Smith, and White Indians were greeted by dark-skinned Indians that were already here. Period. End of story. Wow. We getting deep. We got data one deep. Amerindian Hebrew Israelites.
I need to go take a drink after this, man. This is deep.
Amerindian.
And I don't even drink.
Amerindian. We'll go to the Hebrew Israelite. Look at this knowledge, Mike. You ever seen that word before? Amerindian?
Never. All of these terms are simply new to me. And I thought I was smart. I believe
Yahusha is no doubt a Hebrew word. Beautiful, Mike. Mike, I'm learning Moors as well. We got some information confirmed. I'm not sure what this means. Okay, here we go. 70 Hebrews went into Egypt with Jacob. More than 2 million Israelites came out of Egypt with Moses. That is a substantial increase in the number of people. He's saying that there's no possible way that that story could add up. That's a lot of sex and a lot of generations. And he's saying numerically it can't happen. I believe in questioning everything. The Bible says, study to show yourself approved. I question everything. This, the Quran, the Bhagavad Gita, the Dead Sea Scrolls, the Book of Maccabees, the books that the Ethiopians have in their Bible that have been not accepted in the 66 books of the King James Version. Who the hell was King James?
Yeah.
They tell me if you knew who King James was, you wouldn't want to read anything with his name on it.
That's what I heard.
Brings
That's
to
the
mind the
research I
slave
found.
Bible. There was a slave Bible. You do know that.
Yeah. Yeah.
Let's get some more of these comments in, Mike. We have ancient buildings that's yeah. I now truly believe that there are buildings here that were already here. I do think there were cities already here. America will paint this picture. The Europeans came and they established Boston, New York, Newark, Baltimore, Philadelphia. That's the storyline, right? The Europeans came here and they established the 13 colonies. Wait a minute. That's how we say it, right? Wait a minute. What makes sense now is that at best, they did some renovations on cities that were already established for hundreds and thousands of years. That America already had cities. There were people already here, like the Mississippians. You ever heard of the mound builders? You think I'm joking. I got to share this with you.
This is
Mississippi mound builders. A group of prehistoric indigenous peoples who constructed various earthen mounds for religious, ceremonial, burial, and residential purposes, primarily in the Mississippi River Valley. Black people here, if you ask me, we're called Mississippians. The most well-known Mississippian site is Cahokia, located in present-day Illinois. You know, a black man found in Chicago. A black man found in Chicago. You know that, right? Who found in Chicago? John Baptiste Point du Sablé. You know that, right?
I do now.
Yeah.
I do now.
Yeah, they got a statue. They got a statue of him.
I see.
Yeah. You ain't know a black man found in Chicago?
Did not know.
Chirac, man. Come on, man. All that black flavor up in there. Come on, man. Come on, man.
I did not know, man. I've learned so much tonight.
You didn't know a black man found in Chicago.
Huh?
You didn't know a black man found in Chicago?
I didn't. I really didn't. Again, for my limited knowledge, man, I had no knowledge. And like I do a lot of conversations with people in Chicago, no one in Chicago ever told me that about that history. And if I was in Chicago, that would be the first thing I talk about if it hit me up.
So you done learned in this show that Santa Claus was a black man. The man who founded the North Pole was a black man. Oops, I used a bad word. We said we weren't you. A melanated man founded Chicago. A melanated man founded the North Pole. And look, this is in real time. It is okay to learn new things and adjust to it in your own pace. It's okay. Nobody's going to put you in jail because you said the ex-offender. Because if you are concerned about people who are involved in mass incarceration, I don't care what you call them, as long as you're willing to help. Because the semantics is secondary. What's primary is that America represents 5% of the world's population, but America, Turtle Island, has 25% of the incarcerated people in the world. In the world.
Say it again. Say it again.
America has 1 in 4 people locked up. You know the song, I'm locked up, they won't let me out. That song, that's us. In America, black men make up nearly 40% of those incarcerated. we only 13 to 17 to 20% of the population, but we make up nearly 40%. Black men alone. Black women are the fastest growing demographic. So personally, I don't care what you call the people locked up. If you're trying to help me, help them in their transition back home and other places.
Exactly.
And many thanks to Victor Payton, New York City, Gwen Levi here in Baltimore, Natasha White in Virginia, and the other people I get to work with around the country on people who are locked up, whatever you want to call it. Because sometimes we get caught up in semantics. Bro, you know what I'm saying? You understand my heart. You know I'm trying to learn this new lingo, but my heart is good. My intentions are pure.
Exactly. No, I agree 100.
Yeah, you know,
I definitely agree 100.
Let's not shoot each other. Oh, let's help each other learn.
Knowledge is power, man. Knowledge is power. But when you talk about those large numbers, then you should also say that the incarceration is all by design. Everything that you talked about is by design. The prison system, the reason why we go to jail, everything is by design. It didn't happen. It actually was by design. And that's what people have to understand. All of this is by design.
This is the question we pose tonight. Who are we? And the response is, Mike. Hey, Mike. Thank you. You have been my most loyal supporter.
Thanks, man. I appreciate you, man.
On Facebook, I'll give a shout out to Rico Crawley. But on this show, we've been doing the show 5 years.
Yeah.
5 years. You have been a #1 supporter. Thank you.
But Donnie, I know where you come from, man. Look at where you at. Any brother that's about uplifting another brother, when you sit back and you see where the brother started from a community newspaper to what that brother has built, you see the possibility. And that's important, especially in these poor communities, to understand we still can shine, even though we came out of dirt. And that's what I appreciate about you. But even more, it's the knowledge, the information that you give up. I come back, I can't say it's about you. It's about the knowledge, the people that you expose to give information to us. And yeah, it's about you too. But more importantly, it's about the guests that you bring to the table that open up new attitudes, new thoughts, and give Black media a voice. That's important.
Have you ever seen a slave ship? Mike, have you ever seen a slave ship?
I have.
It's a question I posed over the years. It's a question I posed over the years. Maybe I've got an answer, maybe not.
Okay.
Much respect, Shelley. I agree. Timothy Eel.
And you have started something. These people are still coming in with questions.
America is
you have started something.
Mike, I say we have started something.
God have mercy.
America is a part of the Moroccan Empire. This will at least cause some of us to go and read and look up. And I'm so grateful for Timothy Eel, Shelley, and Ma, all of these people who have asked themselves the same question. I am documentation from the Bible. His son, as he called me, I am a part of the nation and inherited the earth. My grandmother says she was Blackfoot, also from North Carolina, long dark hair. Ashe. Praise the Most High. Moses was from what tribe? He's from Pepe. We are us. Well, Diane coming back with the Pangeo seems not to be recognized when people go too far back. There go a new word, Mike. Pangeo. It's okay not to know. I'm just loving these Pangeo seem not to be recognized when people go to, like with Lot and Abraham split the land. Was there an ocean or a river? And words, the meaning of words. Tribe of Jacob in the Bible. Thank you for the feedback. Look up the Treaty of Peace and Friendship that the United States has with Morocco. I think we're going to enlighten some people. There it is. Whoop, there it is.
Uh-oh.
He gave you a direct reference, Treaty of Peace and Friendship. And folks, let me tell you, the Moors ain't no joke. I've seen their work. I've seen them in courthouses. Treaty of Peace and Friendship.
Mm.
You ever seen the Moors in court? A judge's worst nightmare, from what I've seen. They dismantle judges. I've seen it. You knew the law better than the judge. The Moors were like what Africans are today. They go everywhere and flee everywhere and try to tether onto your bloodline and culture, then takes over once they do. Ooh, gratitude. Much respect, Amar. Sleeping giants are waking up. That part I 1,000,000,000% believe. And thank you to the internet, because people we are uncovering stuff. I learned about Black Wall Street, even though Charlie Wilson sang it to us. Now he'll say his song, "You Dropped the Bomb on Me," was not about Tulsa, but it might as well be. Yes, Amar. Yes, Amar. Yes, Amar. Amar says it all. Look at that, man. That's it. Despite all of it, because we really do we wake up and say, "Oh, I'm wish I wasn't black." There's a supernatural role that comes with this melanin, and that's what a lot of people without it don't understand. There's a connection, and we are obligated to honor that connection, regardless of this mean, cold world that hates our beautiful skin. Timothy Eel, the treaties and all contract, the USA breached it. Amar said he works for the ancestors, shawty. If you're not from the 12 tribes, you might as well be a Jew like Pharaoh's people. So they're saying if you are from the 12 tribes, Scripture to me suggests we are the lost tribe of Judah, or that black people, melanated people in America, are part of the lost tribe of Judah. Amerindian just means American Indian. Okay. There we go. Amerindian. So there you go, Mike.
You got some very smart black people.
Not black, melanated.
Hey, I mean, Malian, right. Let me take that back. A new time I learned tonight, please forgive me. But you do look at these folks and what they and the things that they're saying and the knowledge that they are definitely giving us. If the internet only knew, they'd have to shut this show down quickly.
Why?
Because they're too afraid of the knowledge that we're giving up. Knowledge is power. The less knowledge we have, the more power they have.
Truth is info broken up into 1,000,000 pieces. History of the Moorish Empire. Over 1,300 pages of your story you haven't read. Talking about the Moors in Europe. I know we were royalty in every European country. Everyone, including Ireland, Germany. All you got to do is look up Moors, Google Moors coat of arms. You ever did that? One of my favorite things to do. Moor coat of arms, Europe. And you know what you find? You find images like that. It's a black man. It's a melanated man. Every European country had a Moor coat of arms. Every European country. Moors. Damn, if they don't look like us. I mean, I could be wrong, but somebody cousin up in that mix. Hebrew Israelite was part was added on. They ain't giving the Hebrew Israelites. I respect all people. The Hebrew Israelites was 10,000 deep downtown Baltimore. Diana treaty still exists. It's still not. It's not enforced. They're talking about the Treaty of Peace and Friendship, Mike. It's an Algonquin and dialect language. Okay. We are just putting pieces together. Yes, we are. Had gold and diamonds cheek to cheek. What's she trying to say there? A Moor. People have been in Baltimore for 10,000 years. Now, wouldn't that blow your mind, Shawty? Look at that right there. Who's to say Sonic King is wrong? Look at that, Shawty. How many of us even fathom that? 10,000 years.
I bet you a lot of people in Baltimore didn't know that.
Who are we? That's the question. Yes, Federal Hill is a mound pyramid. God doggone it, right in front of our eyes. Never even thought about it. Federal Hill is a mound pyramid. I would have to agree with you, DP. Man, oh man. Man, oh man. Man, oh man. Who are we?
Whoa.
I got to change this title. Instead of Blacks in America, Melanated Americans, Hebrew Moor. I'm going to change that. Because we don't like black. Black is a color. Ain't no damn culture. And I bought into it. I can't speak for nobody else. I bought into African American. I bought into black. Our parents bought into colored. Negro, you can't deny it. It's a scientific term. Negroid, Caucasoid, what is it? Asian, Mongoloid. All right. First Europeans were melanated. The first Europeans were melanated. I think he's joking. 15 colonies. Oh, didn't know that, David Gross. He said 15 colonies. And so I tell you this. I tell you something else I learned from nativeancestry.com. And he brought it out. Shout out again to Michael Lane. Put a plug in for him. Mike, Florida was not the original name.
Wow.
The original name was La Florida.
Wow.
Go look at a map, Mike, of La Florida. It is much bigger than Florida.
This is deep. And, you know, I'm going to share this, man. A lot of people are not going to know what's going on until they see this right here. And I got a large following.
It was not Florida. It was La Florida. And it expanded almost all the way over to Texas. La Florida. And I'm telling you, it was a melanated stronghold. These comments are pouring in, Mike.
I can't wait to get to that site, man, and sign up so I can really learn about me. I can't wait to get to that site that you've been showing all night long, man. Because knowledge is power, man. It really is.
America had millions of black people here before Columbus. Millions of melanated people, let's say.
Look at this.
Wachita Moors are mound builders. There you go. Thank you, Timothy Eel.
Oh, my God.
Write it down, brother.
This is blowing me away, man.
Wachita Moors. Mound builders. There were pyramids in the Americas. They are still here, like Federal Hill.
Wow.
Federal Hill is a mound pyramid. It just has to be. What else? Come on, man. But they're all on the same team, Black and Eurasians. Mega cities here in the Americas. There were big cities here in the Americas long before. Why you think the people came over here? They heard it was. Come on, man. And we were already here. In deep inferiority complex. Mayo monkey, these delusions. So what would you suggest, Mayo, the monkey? I mean, Mayo monkey? My bad. Definitely Israelites according to scripture. See, there we go. You're not going to tell me we're just some descendants of some slaves, because I just feel so special. There's something I know innately that connects me to more than what I see, more than what any school book, any book in the American library. It's something that you just feel deep in your soul.
Exactly.
And you don't, and it ain't about no damn Christmas. It ain't about no 4th of July. It's just something you know. You know they have hidden something about your people from you. You don't know what it is, but you just like, this ain't adding up. Jesus loves me. This I know. Yeah, it's got to be more than that. Got to be more than that. And I ain't knocking nobody's faith. I'm just saying something is missing.
Wow.
And this show has unveiled more things
it has
that we have ever talked about in our community on this show. I don't know about
elsewhere.
I
was not expecting this tonight. This has been looking at again, food for thought, and I got a lot of food tonight.
Two-tone stones. I have seen that. I got it on my front. Go look at pictures of old buildings in Yemen. We thinking here in America that we got everything we got from somewhere else. Never thinking that we created it right here. This is mind-blowing. What we don't know, what we thought we knew, what we thought we knew that ain't true, what we thought we knew that was lies. The cookout is next Saturday, August 23rd. It's not my cookout. It's for the people who grew up in Easterwood Rec. It's not my cookout. Please don't say that. I work for the people in the community. You ain't gonna have me get beat up. It's been a long time. There's a lot of knowledge in this chat. Yes, Shelly. Shelly, yo!
It is.
Research Ben York. I sure will.
There are so many different layers to this show right here. When you begin to push it piece by piece, layer by layer, it becomes so deep.
All right. He says only Israelites have the solution for Black people. You know, one of the things when I went researching Haile Selassie, and I didn't notice prior, I saw Haile Selassie with a lion. I never realized how the Ethiopians, how close their relationship is with lions. They have tamed lions. He had a lion that was like my German Shepherd. It was, I had never seen that. All right, here we go. Mounds and pyramids all over this land today. Yes, Diane, and Mississippi mound builders bloodline is the original blood. Chicago was there before it founded. So she's saying it was already a city there. That Shorty stumbled upon some stuff that was already there. Remember, every time you say, okay, all right, Amar, Melon, words material in the real world. Okay, Amar. We melanated.
This give us an opportunity to to take that in so we can get used to the term. But we agree with you.
He just put this kind of training like you're training your puppy, not the pee.
Yeah.
Damn,
Yeah.
that's crazy just to learn all this at 69. Sheesh. Some people never learned it at all. You can't attest that, Mr. 69?
That's true. It's not about age, it's about when you learn it. You could be 90. It's not about age, it's about when you learn it. And that's the beauty of knowledge, man. It's not an age limit on knowledge. It's
When
an
I went back to
acceptance
college,
of and learning that knowledge to take it to the next level. Age has nothing to do with it.
do you buy that? How we have been programmed to hate, fear, and reject the solution? How did they start the police forces in America? What was their original role? Do you know? The police were slave catchers.
Mm.
Right after slavery. Yes, Shelley. Yo.
Mm.
Now they're getting deep on you, Shorty. Larry Hoover. Dr. Malachi. I think it's Malachi. I hope it's not Maliki. Trained to not want true freedom and real justice for all. The solution they hate and will have nothing to do with it. Praise Yahweh, praise God, the great good and terrible black God. I'm not sure where we're going with that. Look how many different meanings one word has.
Wow.
He said his grandma was, so this cat is Indigenous and Hebrew, if I'm not mistaken. They kept the feast. I remember the unleavened bread. I noticed the tea cake was flat. And I asked why she used to fast too.
Wow.
Look at this history being unfolded. Who are we? Melanated in America, Hebrew, Moor, or Indigenous. And we're loving in real time here. We're learning in real time. I would love to train those getting out from behind bars, new money making skills. I know electronics and computers too. Sailboats, cargo ships came out in the 1870s. The cargo ship, that's how the Slavic people landed on Turtle Islands. Cargo ships. Before that, it was sailboats. Now you got me going looking up this word, civility tremores.
They making you work. They are making you work, man.
Well, this didn't. How much did this cost? Cost you your time. Civility tremores. I think he's missing a vowel, but I'm gonna let that slide. Solution for black people. Stop running from this. What is the solution for melanated people? We're not running from it, Michael. You think we're running from it, Mike? Michael asked if we're running from the solution. I think the solution is first listening. Yes. I think a lot of times we're talking and we ain't listening. We don't hear each other.
Yes.
We got to listen to each other. And then we got to go back and think about what we think we heard and double check what we heard, do some research. And then whatever we learn, we got to come back to the table with one most important ingredient. What's the most important ingredient, Mike?
Solutions. That's what this show is all about. Solutions. That's what this conversation is about.
You didn't answer the question. When we go and do our research and come back to this again, what do we have to come back with?
Knowledge.
What do we have to come back with for each other? We have to have mutual what?
Must be late at night because you got me for blank.
Respect.
Okay. Okay.
Meaning I have to
I agree.
accept how you refer to you. You have to respect how I refer to me. And we have to come to some common language on something we can agree on. I think we have come up with in real time that nobody is arguing melanated.
I agree. You have really got an engaged group of people tonight. I mean, they keep popping.
We have done this, Mike. When are we going to talk about a solution? Okay, I thought we ran that already. Waccamaw Indians, stand up. Waccamaw. How many different tribes were there? Waccamaw. And a lot of the words we see, like sequoia. What native words do you know, Mike? Sequoia, Patapsco, Powhatan. All of those are these places. Wouldn't it be something to find out that these places, Sequoia, these are our words from our culture? Wouldn't it be amazing to find that out? Powhatan. All right, Mike, we're going to have to do this again. Any final thoughts, Mike?
This is deep. I can tell you right now, I never anticipated this, but this is one of the most powerful, informative, and impactful shows that I partake apart when it comes to understanding us and trying to figure out who are we. Because now I'm asking the question, who am I?
No, you ain't going to go nowhere. I'll tell you what. Let me go fill my cup of coffee up and you tell them what you think of that. Can you do that for me?
What? Related to the topic at hand?
Yeah, can you handle this while I go get some coffee? Can you?
Yeah, what do you want me? Okay, good. No, this is really awesome, Donnie. Thanks for giving me an opportunity to partake in this show tonight. As you know, I do a lot of things when it comes to deal making. What I lack and what I found out tonight was the knowledge of who I am and where do I come from. There's been so much information given up tonight that it's going to take me at least a couple hours, if not a week, to dissect. But most importantly, everything that I've learned tonight, I definitely plan to repeat it because knowledge is power. So often we're not given an opportunity to give this level of deepness. I'm surprised that this particular show has not been cut down by way of the internet because of the information that we're given. The information that we're given and the knowledge that we're teaching. And it goes against the very structure of this racist society to talk about what we learned tonight and what we learned about tonight. Because information is power. The more power we have, the more information we have. I want to thank everybody that has given some thoughts and put it in the chat box. I have learned so much tonight. I never even anticipated that this level of knowledge was out there. So imagine if I haven't, and I consider myself a very knowledgeable person, imagine if the mass of people don't understand what's going on. I take my hat off to you again, especially y'all that did your homework. And you give us an opportunity to be able to repeat that to others. It's like the domino effect. What we learn, now we take that knowledge and we share with others so the truth can be known, especially among the young. Especially among the young. I'm this overwhelmed with the information that was bestowed upon me tonight. I never knew. I never took it that particular deep. I'm so happy that I did come into the show expecting one thing and learning so much about our people. The topic that he has is the most appropriate topic. And all of the shows that I've been a part of and that I tapped into when Danny was giving it, I've never seen so many people give their thoughts. This show tonight has ignited a thought pattern for people to get the truth out. Not this one, but many people. Again, thank you for making my night a truly powerful night.
That's good stuff, Mike. We make them prove that jurisdiction. Do you believe politics is the solution?
I don't think so. I think people are the solution. When politics become to the solution, we become the game. But people got to be the solution in order to solve the problem. Unfortunately, we depend on government and politics to solve the problem. Instead of understanding that it takes the village to solve the problem. What if we went back to the village? Would we even be talking this, what we're talking now and how we're being treated in this so-called United States?
Yeah, Charlie Wilson was from Tulsa, but he said his song "You Dropped the Bomb on Me" was not about Tulsa, but it still seems like it was. Seawater being used as fuel by a Moor. I was sent here to put that work in for my people. Thank you, Amar. Ashe. Trying not to put up, listen, praise most. I take notes if you like to watch. Yes, Mike TV.
Yeah, I'm definitely, that Mike TV, I've learned about that. I'm definitely going to jump on that as well. You bring so much information to us, Donnie. So many different connections, man. We really appreciate you in that particular respect. I wouldn't be getting the knowledge I've gotten if it wasn't for you on this level right here.
What's your script? Let's be nice on here. Why are you here if you don't agree? That's right. Why are you here if you don't agree? Look at this. You ever heard of Noble Drew Ali?
Yeah, right. That brother, he the one that created the term self-motivated community. Oh, you're not talking about him?
No. Not
Oh, I'm
his
sorry. Let me back up.
the
Oh, no,
historical
no, no. I'm
Noble
sorry.
Drew
I'm
Ali.
sorry. No.
The one that brought
I walked right
Moorish,
into that. No, I don't.
he brought the Moorish Science Temple of America, if I'm not mistaken. Let's get us Noble Drew Ali. Born in 1886, he was an American leader who in the early 20th century founded a series of organizations that he ultimately placed under the umbrella title Moorish Science Temple of America. Yes, there is a brother here in Sandtown named Noble Drew Ali, but there we go. There we go.
Okay. Okay.
Look, all this history we're unearthing.
Yes.
And a lot of people know it, a lot of people don't. We are indigenous people. That
Yep.
way, we are, who we are from others who are called melanated. Beverly Weston, she going straight with indigenous. Much respect, Beverly. I thank Mike. I am so grateful that I'm not by myself. Sometimes, if we don't have conversations like this, we don't talk about this, Mike.
True.
We're at the family table, and you come to find out you're not the only one at the family table that's got questions. That's all I'm saying. Whether it's about religion that's been shoved down our throats, reinforced by lynchings and other acts of terror. If you were Native American in this country, you were threatened. Don't tell nobody you Native American. I've heard stories. Didn't know till I heard these stories. As a little child, yeah, don't tell nobody we Choctaw, we Yamasee, we Mississippian.
Right.
Don't tell nobody you Cherokee, you Blackfoot. Don't tell nobody. And this fear. And so we bury it and bury it and bury it and bury it until we finally have an explosion. And that's what this broadcast is, Mike. It's an explosion. Yeah. It's been hidden down.
It's beyond that, man. It's like a bomb drop, man. A bomb, nuclear bomb of knowledge, man. Nuclear bomb of knowledge. I can tell you right now, I bet a lot of the listeners didn't know all the information that was being given up tonight.
When you know who you are, and here's the weird part. People who have no idea about the answer got all of the answers.
Yeah.
But today we have scholars on here. We have studied people, and they seem very confident in their understanding of who they are.
Yeah.
And if we can take that with us into tomorrow, I think more people are gonna feel like I felt this week, like really empowered, really blessed, really fortunate for what we've learned. We took the time to learn. It's easy we could be out partying this Saturday night. What is it? Whoa, we boots on the ground learning about who we are. A basic question. Who are we? And I've not heard one person on here say African American. Not yet.
Not one.
Prove me wrong, anyone.
This is awesome.
We are foundational. La Florida, there you go, shawty. You got to look up that state you in, La Florida. Not Florida, La Florida. All of these lands had names already.
Wow.
Mississippi. I'm thinking somebody that looked like us named it Mississippi.
You know, Donnie, I attended over the last couple of months so many meetings that's dealing with Black history. None of the meetings that I have attended, and I'm talking from around the nation having conversation, has gone as deep as this conversation tonight.
Here's a new word. Throw it in your vocabulary. Look it up.
Yeah.
And thank you for you covering me, Mike, while I went to get my refill.
No
Andalusia. Or Andalusia. And Andalusia. Gotta kill this damn thing trying to come up on me. Stop playing. Our power in the Constitution is words speak of the common laws, the law of the land, Constitution. I think it's the conference Constitution before it. Little August 23rd, lady, Easterwood Park. Stop playing. And so I tell you, the Moors don't get no pass here. Gotta find my spray bottle.
No, they don't.
Mike, you ever been in a brand new Cadillac, a brand new Benz or whatever, and a fly get in and you seen people wreck their car trying to kill a fly? Nobody want to talk about these solutions. Okay, Mike. Mike, come on, Mike. Mike, relax a little bit. Y'all not ready for the real, not ready for the Israelite solution.
Uh-oh.
Well, they rolling up, and yeah. First Europeans were so-called black, is my understanding. The Druid Hill Park Reservoir didn't come up twice, Mike. Washita Territory, Monte Sanon, Baton Rouge. And it's amazing how certain areas have more than one name. One people know about one name and other people know about another.
Yeah, that's true.
Lucius coming in, largest pyramids in the world in Mexico. So if the largest pyramid in the world is in Mexico,
Really?
it makes you wonder, was Egypt the first? Here you go. Here you go. Facts. Federal Hill was a mound. Mound Pyramid, Federal Hill, downtown Baltimore. We've been here before. This is our land. Ignorance is bliss. All right. Light and Truth by Robert Benjamin. The Moorishite, a prophet of the Moors, prophesied in the days of Hezekiah, king of Judah, and spake to all the people of Judah, the Moors.
These people going deep.
You would not get this in your average History 101 class.
This is not for the weak at mind, man. This is not for the weak at mind.
Oh, wow. DP is identifying what he calls, or what he or she believes is censorship.
You too blocking this guy.
Calvin County, Southern Maryland, Iroquois Nation, the Mohawk tribe. It wasn't nice, Ali. Well, I'm glad you had the knowledge. And if you had it, I wish you would have shared it. But thank you for your comment. We're trying to enlighten. We're trying to lift each other up. We got enough people tearing us down. We're trying to lift each other up.
We do. We need to change that clan mentality of pulling each other down. Be a job of ideas, man. Embrace each other. Because we all we got. We really do. We all we got. We have no choice.
The name Mississippi comes from Native American languages, specifically from the Ojibwe Chippewa word, which means Mississippi, which means great river or big river. Breakdown of the word. Missy, great, big, ZB, river. So Mississippi, literally great river. And it is a big river. You ever seen the Mississippi? I'm just going to go ahead. We
movies maybe, but not up on it.
Big ups to Mike Lane, 30-year-old young brother. I am so proud.
30
years old. The young man who came on the show earlier this week and dropped so many points.
That brother was deep, real deep. He had a lot of knowledge, man. He had the knowledge of a 90-year-old. That's what that brother had, man, right? He might have been young, but in terms of knowledge, he was very informative, man.
And he had
receipts. Very impactful as well.
He had receipts.
Yeah.
He could stand on anything he put up there.
Yeah. He convinced me to go to that site, man, and dig more, because knowledge is power, man. Knowledge is power.
There's a map of Africa showing Negro land where the kingdom of Judah is. Oh, we got a biblical reference. Mitchell Young threw in a biblical reference. Psalm 83:4.
You're definitely getting different perspectives, man. People are definitely showing their perspectives.
They have said, "Come and let us cut them off from being a nation, that the name of Israel may be no more in remembrance." Who do we think they talking about in that book? Because it sounds like us. No, yeah. When he reached India, America is India. India is America. It's the same, but it's why our people are called Indians. Of course, we have separate tribe names too. Now here's one. Here's one, Mike.
Huh. Oh, okay.
Wouldn't that blow your mind that you already in the Holy Land?
Ouch. Ouch.
You know about the 5 civilized tribes, don't you, Mike?
No, I don't, man.
Yeah. Choctaw. I won't guess. What are the
I'm
5
learning a
civilized
lot
tribes?
tonight. I don't have a problem to say that when it comes to this serious deep thinking, man. I like
The five
knowledge.
civilized,
But the
five,
ninth,
civil-
yeah, I got it.
5 civilized tribes: Cherokee, Chickasaw, Choctaw, Creek, which is also Muskogee, and Seminole. Now, it's my understanding Seminole is really not a tribe. Seminole is a derivative of Cimarrones, which means wild ones.
Oh.
Here come icy things. Conquistador Moors enslaved so-called Black Americans first when they brought the white man in as a front. So-called Black Europeans destroyed and killed, destroying us from BEH. My great nana had white hair to her waist and never spoke. That she was indigenous but ashamed. Check that out, Mike. I just said that. That's a story I've heard. Thank you, Elder. Thank you, Elder Ernest Parker.
Everybody waving in.
Everyone tells you the Indians from modern day India are the real Indians. You should know that modern day India's real name is Bharat. Hi, Sequoia. Look at this, Mike. Who are we? And now the people are mad. You have never heard this conversation. I've never.
Never, ever.
Not like so many voices.
Never.
I've never heard it to this level. So many voices.
Never, ever. Not at this level. Not. And this is what we call the collective. Different perspectives. The deep.
I agree with you, Michael Smith. Look at it. Learning our true history. First, that's the solution. That's the solution.
Yeah.
Now, here's a practical step. Change your status from U.S. citizen to American national. You got it? He also said claim the land Niji. Do my notebook. I tossed it. Oh. If you don't know these words, write them down. Go look them up.
Definitely. It's like I'm leaving with a new vocabulary, man. New.
Mike, it's so many comments on here.
Yeah, true that.
Can't even get to the bottom, Mike.
It's a topic, man, that everybody really should be engaging in. And you allow that platform. Look what happens when you provide the platform. Constantly, ongoing. Questions are coming. Not letting up. And new questions are coming.
Who are we?
You guys say he got knocked off up to YouTube because of this. This is deep.
Thank you, Apex. Whoa. Yes, that's my understanding too, Latero. In Kincaid's Cave, that's my understanding too. Mike, you ever been to Vegas?
I've never, man.
They
I
got a
haven't been
hotel
in
out there.
different places,
They got,
man.
they got a hotel built like a pyramid called a Luxor.
I've seen it, but no, I haven't physically been
Check
there.
that out. Mike then wrote it. What's up, Mike? Mike TV. Check out his channel. Do check out Mike TV.
Yeah.
America is Egypt. Now, would that blow your mind? We didn't even put that in as a possibility.
Mm.
He said they found a whole pyramid. Part of the Grand Canyon that you can't visit. And that's what I've been told, that certain places, they put a fence around and say this is government land. Sons of Judah, lost tribes of myth. These Negroes are renowned as potters and smiths and are believed to be connected with the colony of Jews expelled from Portugal and settled. Mike, they just blowing you up. Latero is on point. Okay, Diane Fitzgerald confirmed it. Egypt was a colony of ours. Largest pyramid in the world is in Central America. I told you, Mike ain't buying it. The Americas has more pyramids than the rest of the world combined. Federal Hill is a mound pyramid. Israelites and Egyptians were family descendants of Abraham, Ham, and Sheth, all conquered, but they didn't stick together. Learn from the mistakes of the past. Yeah, so that's why we got to be respectful on here to each other. Here we go. America is Mystery Babylon. Mike covered California. You know California is named after a black woman, right, Mike?
I know it now. Just like I know about Chicago.
Califia. Oh, I said black. A melanated woman. An indigenous woman. Oh, well, it's going to take me a while. Hey, Ma, you're going to have to be patient with me. I've been saying it for 60 years. I ain't going to stop it overnight. Pyramid on the back of the dollar. Yes. On the why are our symbols on the back of American money? Be patient with me, Ma. Don't facts, Mike. We have the pyramid. Wow, look at this. All our life, up until now, I'm thinking the pyramids, okay, I know they're in Egypt. I know some down in the Sudan. They call that Nubia. The original Statue of Liberty is a black woman. You know that, right? Look at this black history coming up. Oh, look at this melanated history.
You getting it? I don't know if I ever seen this show to go so deep and what's going on tonight. And so many
Egyptian
different
origins.
scholars that are putting in the information.
These people are not just throwing out stuff. This is stuff people have studied and they're sharing it. And we're fortunate to have this table where everybody is welcome, especially if you come with respect. I'm blown away by this one here, though. Egypt was a colony of ours. The whole time we thinking they came to the West. I guess it's all in how you look at it. You could consider this the East and that the West. Wow. I don't know what you do with something like this, Mike. There's a liquor, well, it makes even more sense why there's a liquor store on every corner, because we are the light, and that's all we need to lose our light.
It's also a church on every corner. What that tell you?
You gonna cut your camera on, Pharaoh, or you just gonna make a comment? Welcome to the show.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Loud and clear. How you doing?
Oh, good. Yeah, I just want to make a comment. Yeah, I don't have that long. I have about maybe 10 minutes. But yeah,
What's your name?
Yeah, I'll go by Pharaoh Mizraim.
Pharaoh Mizraim, welcome to the show.
Yeah. My take on this is I used to follow this type of history. But after doing research and learning the ancient Greek language, I see myself as a historian, a real historian, who followed the writings and the traditions of the ancient historians, and of course, the ancient historians were originated with the ancient Greeks, and and I catch a lot of yeah.
Be
Oh yeah,
right back, Danny, getting some coffee.
yeah,
All
yeah,
right.
yeah. I catch a lot of heat because I follow the ancient Greek writings, but yeah, my take on this is like I don't believe that we the Hebrews, Moors, or none of that because it's all. I used to believe that we were Africans, but I woke up and realized that a lot of this stuff is made up and written in English, and that's why I go by the ancient texts, and and as a historian and as one who followed the histories, because what I go by is I go by the original sources, the original text, and
You got
and
30
everything
seconds,
else.
because they about to bump you. Come on with it.
Yeah. Everything else that comes after the original text, I see it as just secondary and made up. But originally,
What language is the original text?
y'all will say the oldest is the ancient Egypt, the hieroglyphics, or the Meta Netter. There's a debate between whether the Meta Netter or the Sumerian cuneiform, which one is the oldest. But I'll say, like, based on the facts and based on what the ancient historians say, the oldest writings and the oldest civilization was indeed ancient Egypt. Yeah, because the ancient historians, as one who follow the ancient historians, they made it very clear that Egypt was the oldest. They never said Mesopotamia or Samaria or that Middle East was the oldest. Yeah, they always said Egypt was the oldest, and the evidence is coming out that ancient Egypt or Kemet was the oldest civilization, and that has to do with ancient Egypt, but as for the migrations that took place uh, after the fall of Egypt, you have to go to the ancient Greek historians. Now, what I see a lot of these guys doing, these so-called historians today, is that they are making up lies and fantasies and writing it in English, and they skipping over 2,000 years or 1,000 years of history. And I say, yeah, you can't do that. You can't go from the Meta Netter and skip over everything else and go straight to the English, because
All right. Thank you for your comment, Pharaoh. Mike, any thoughts? They beat me up over here. They are not playing that. These
Yeah,
cats.
it beat me up too, man. That's why I'm quiet. And I'm the type of person that talk all the time, as you know, Daddy. But tonight, this is the first time I've been speechless.
They not taking they not buying the Greek thing. They're not buying the Greek thing at all. Listen, I put the if you want to come in and share your thoughts, we got a link right there in the chat, or you can call 929-841-7266. 929-841-7266. Trying to get everybody in there, but it's a lot of thoughts. And I'm trying to be respectful. I know I couldn't buy that show. Bella, I'm with you. I couldn't do it. Wasn't gonna be able to do it. So, Mike, I'm really grateful. What a wonderful. Here we go. I knew they was coming with it. There we go.
Wow.
You ever heard of the Igbos?
It's the term
The
sound
Igbos
familiar.
are Nigerian. So Nigeria has the largest country people-wise in Africa, Nigeria. And the Igbos, I jokingly say they're the Republicans, but that's like the business class, to my understanding. They control a lot of the money. But here, you see the Igbos as written are the wandering Jews of West Africa. This is what Timmy say about the Greeks. See, I can't take nothing from the Greeks because they got a copy of a copy. They don't have anything original. Just like, with all due respect, if this is our primary text for what we say we believe in, and we only read English, what are we missing? And who determines what's not in? Who determines what's not in what we should be knowing? Respect. Respect.
This has been a deep, deep, deep show tonight.
Yeah. Well, Mike,
Couldn't have planned this show tonight. It had to come just as it is naturally. This could have not been planned.
The Almighty planned it, wasn't me.
Yeah.
And I thank the Creator, and I thank everyone who participated, and I thank our very powerful ancestors for opening our eyes to this information. Yes, I have no problem with that. Okay. Well, we're gonna wait for Mike. Mike gonna come in and take us home. Okay, Mike. They bumped you, Pharaoh. They gave you 5 minutes, Pharaoh. I'm a peaceful guy, Pharaoh. I'm gonna give you your shot. There you go.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Loud and clear. You got the floor.
Yeah. Now I know they disagree with me using the ancient Greek, but at the same time, you know, all their beliefs and all their claim is coming from the English and originate from some cult leader. So now the question I have is, okay, being that you believe in your English and you against the ancient Greek, the question I have is, can you show me an ancient text that says your ancestors were Moors, Hebrews, or Indians? Okay, when I say ancestors, I mean the people, the black people in sub-Saharan Africa. Show me an ancient text, non-English, okay, that says our ancestors were Moors, Hebrews, or Israelites.
What do you say we are? Let's get that clarified.
Yes, I say that we are the black people. Okay, and who are the black people?
How old is that culture, the black people?
Yeah, the black people in the ancient texts, according to the ancient historians, were known as the Ethiopians. See, now Moor, the term Moor, Israelites and all that, that's referring to those white people or light-skinned people who live on the Mediterranean in the north. Those are not our ancestors. Our ancestors were the people in the southern interior, in the south, and we were called Ethiopians. Those are our real ancestors. So when these guys say that they are Africans, Israelites, and Moors, they're claiming non-black people, okay, or they're pro-light skin. Okay, they don't want to be those black people in the southern interior called Ethiopians, okay? And they want these people to be black because they want to be these people, but they know deep down inside that these people were not black. They lived along the Mediterranean. They were not our ancestors, and our true ancestors were the Ethiopians.
They're saying black is not a people. Black is a color.
Yes, black, but I'm not talking about black. I'm talking about Ethiopian. Ethiopian is a nationality, Okay, black is their color. Yes, that's the color of their skin. But Ethiopian is a nationality that goes all the way back to the Nile Valley in Egypt. That is who we are.
Well, how
That
you
is who
call
we
it
originate
black though? That's the part you threw in black. They didn't call it black. They called it Ethiopia or Kush.
Yeah, yeah. Ethiopians. The Ethiopians
So
were
where you
the
get black
people
from?
called black. The black is describing the color of their skin, just like the Egyptians. They call the Egyptians black. Black is their skin color. Egyptian is their nationality.
Okay.
Black is the skin color. Ethiopian is the nationality. So these guys on here, saying that I'm coming with the ancient Greek, but all their beliefs is coming from the slave
why
masters.
don't you have what the ancient Ethiopians read, which is Amadic? If you know Hebrew, if you know Greek, why don't you know Amadic?
You mean Demotic?
Amadic, the language of the Ethiopians.
No, that's modern day Ethiopia. Okay, ancient Ethiopia was Sudan. Okay, the 25th dynasty, where the Kushites were.
Now you're playing games. Now I'm at the bump you. Stop playing. Okay, let me get back to facts. You still with me, Mike?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm here.
Yeah, I can't buy that Pharaoh. I'm done, Pharaoh. My German Shepherd's named Pharaoh. My German Shepherd over here looking at me. He's like, "Are you sure?" I didn't say you, Pharaoh. This Pharaoh. Bella ain't playing it. Bella ain't playing with none of it. Pharaoh, you had to go meet Bella in the parking lot because she ain't having it, and she out there with the Panthers, and they waiting on you in the parking lot. They want to have a talk with you. In the Manuelian decrees, they do have the laws that expel Jews and Moors. A few people have translated them from the old Portuguese language. What a discussion we're having here. What? Oh, now you done violated, Pharaoh. There you done violated, Pharaoh.
I'm telling you. Whoa.
I think I hear him. There go my homeboy.
Yo. Mic check.
Mic check. Mike, you got the mic. Hey, Mike Randolph.
Yep.
Meet. Let me just give him some screen there. I want you to meet Mike Lane.
Okay. What's up, Mike?
Nice to meet you. How you guys doing this evening?
Doing pretty good.
Hey, I'm kind of upset old boy isn't here anymore. I was hoping to gain some understanding as to why in the world he thinks
all right, there you go.
Civilization starts with the Greek. I mean, it's the first time I heard that. It's the first time. He must really love him some Greek yogurt or something. I mean,
he's live. He's in the chat.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, loud and clear. You said that ancient civilization started in Greece. Is that right?
No. I said ancient civilization started in ancient Egypt, Kemet.
Ancient Egypt, Kemet. I got you. And are you familiar with the parallels between ancient Egypt or Kemet and the indigenous customs of the tribes of the Americas?
Yeah, I heard about that. Yeah. Yeah, but there's no record. There's no written records of confirming that. So,
well,
yeah,
when you say that you've heard of that, let's be more specific. What did you hear in relation to comparing the Americas to Egypt?
Yeah, I just heard about a bunch of artifacts found. But most of it was found out to be forgeries, and they were forgeries, and it's based on a lie. So yeah, but I follow ancient history. A lot of these guys on the panel, they follow.
Well, hold on. Time out. You said a lot of artifacts You said they were forgeries, they were lies. Well, if there's a lot of artifacts that are forgeries and lies, you should be able to name at least one of them for us.
Yeah, like the Egyptian artifacts found in the Grand Canyon. They found that out to be forgeries. So, and they finding like I think something like the Parabia stone that's found in Brazil. They said that was also that said it has Hebrew writings on it. And they found out that to be a forgery as well. So yeah,
and
I
who
hear
is
about
they?
this stuff.
Who is they? You keep saying
Yeah,
they.
the scholars and archaeologists. Yeah, they.
So it's just the scholars and archaeologists. I mean, we don't have an
those
institution, a university, a name, nothing.
Those who study those artifacts.
Sir, there are millions
That's
of
what I'm
people
talking
who
about,
study
okay?
archaeology. Come on,
bro, you're not the authority, okay? I'm
no,
not
no, no.
authority. You're not an authority.
The
Okay?
authority
So
would
when
be
I
the
say
hold on.
I'm
The
talking
authority
about
would be the
no,
source that you
I'm
need to
referring to
cite,
the
and so
experts.
far you can't cite a
Okay,
source.
you're
You're
not
telling
an
us that
expert.
our artifacts are
You're not an
invalid,
expert,
and you
okay?
can't tell us who invalidated them.
No, you believe
Damn,
in the
I
white
guess we should
man's
just take your
slave
word for
master
it, huh?
English, okay? You believe in the white man's slave master English.
I've
All your
never mentioned
information,
English, nor
bro,
have I
all your
mentioned a white
information
man's
is
slave
coming
master.
from
You
the
have.
slave
I
master's
think you're
English,
obsessed with English
okay?
and white men's slave masters.
No,
Maybe you watched
all your
Roots too
information
many
is coming
times. I
from
don't
the
know.
slave master's English, okay? All you Negroes in the chat who claim you're Israelite Moors, all your information and all
Guys,
your
you see
pseudo
how
history
triggered people
is
get when
coming
you
from the
simply ask
slave
them to cite a
master's
source?
English.
I didn't get reckless with him. I didn't get irate. I didn't call this man out of his name. I simply said, what is the name of your source? And he could not provide one. And whenever he stops yapping, I'll provide dozens of sources to cite my claim. That's how this works.
How have you been, soldier? How you
What a
been,
night.
Mike?
What a night. What a night.
Mike, welcome. How you doing?
It's unfortunate. I'm just roaming the land seeking a worthy opponent, and most can't even pass go. He can't even tell me the name of a source for him to cite for us to then get into some kind of scholarly debate. If you can't even cite your source.
I don't like that he didn't say you're an authority, because I find you to be the foremost authority that I have personally met as it relates to Native Americans, Indigenous people.
And if I'm an authoritative figure, it's only because I cite my sources. So let me cite some sources besides archaeological research that links us to Hebrew customs and ancient Nile Valley civilization, if I can. I mean, again, he couldn't name a single source. So if I can name 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, I mean, come on. And because he tried to debunk archaeological findings, I'm not even going to touch on archaeology. I'm going to touch on written record, firsthand account. Let me take you through this journey, okay? Now, a lot of people hear this Hebrew stuff, this Hebrew Israelite stuff, and some of us think it's kind of pseudo, but if you actually research the indigenous tribes of the Americas, you find that every single European explorer, every single European conquistador, they all came to the same conclusion. They write in all of their books, all of their journals, that the indigenous tribes of the Americas follow Hebrew customs. They all theorize that they are a lost tribe of Israel. Whether it's Dutch, whether it's French, whether it's Portuguese, whether it's Spanish, they all come to the same conclusion. Now, let me give you some of these firsthand accounts real quick, if I may. First of all, we've got Diego de Landa. This is 1566. He was a Franciscan monk in Yucatan. He wrote something called The Relación de las Cosas de Yucatán, which means the relation of the things of the Yucatan. And again, this was written in 1566. And in this written work, he denotes that the indigenous customs, including the religious rites and rituals and the written characters, are interpreted as bearing resemblance to Hebrew tradition. Then if we go from 1566 to 1581, we've got Diego Duran. Diego Duran was a Dominican friar and a chronicler in New Spain. And he wrote something called The History of the Indies of New Spain in 1581. And he discusses various theories linking indigenous customs and language traits to Hebrew and Near Eastern origins. And we can keep it going again. We're in the 1500s. This isn't anybody in 2025, talking about, oh, we're Hebrews, we're Moors. These are conquistadors in the 1500s looking around, seeing the Indians, trading with them, enslaving some of them, coming into close contact and saying, we think you're Hebrews. We've got Gregory Garcia in 1607. He was a Dominican scholar in colonial Mexico. He wrote something called The Origin of the Indians of the New World in 1607. And he writes that the circumcision that's practiced amongst indigenous peoples of the Yucatan is identical to Hebrew custom. He also argued that the Mex in Mexico derives from the Hebrew word Messiah. He theorized that the lost tribes of Israel had migrated to the Americas via various routes. And then I guess for good measure, I'll cite a fourth source. Again, he couldn't cite one, but here's a fourth source. Diego Andrés Roca, 1687. He was a Spanish writer. He wrote something called Tratado Único y Singular del Oringo de los Indios in 1687. Now, his claims were that the indigenous people in Cuba and Jamaica spoke a broken Hebrew. He also placed the lost tribe migrations via the Bering Strait, while Spanish arrivals followed the biblical flood. So again, you've got these Spanish conquistadors, these European explorers. They're saying these folks have Hebrew customs. They're saying we're coming across Black Indians. Like, we're not sure if they came across the Bering Strait or if they were here from day one or if they migrated from somewhere else. But we know for a fact the people that we're finding indigenous to this land are swarthy, copper-colored, dark-skinned, Black, melanated, if you will, and everybody's claiming that they do things that only Hebrews know how to do. And I think the last time I was here, I showed you a actual artifact from a Mayan temple, or it might have been an Olmec temple, where there's literally the Star of David. There's the Star of David etched into the side of the temple, but people want to come up here and say there's no validity to the Hebrew thing because he heard from a bird that everything's been debunked by they, and he can't say what the artifact is that was debunked nor who debunked it. But okay.
Michael Randolph, you learned anything today?
Wow. I'm not often speechless, and Donnie knows that. When I'm speechless, that means I'm taking in so much knowledge. And this show has been powerful, impactful, and it has inspired me.
To do what?
To get more knowledge, to get even more deeper into what I'm learning tonight.
Hey,
Definitely.
I'm not sure if you're able to put me up on the big screen, but I got the green screen on for a reason, okay? Call me petty, but folks want to claim there's no link between us and ancient Egypt. Again, the largest pyramid in the world is right behind me. The largest pyramid in the world by volume is located in Cholula, Mexico. Cholula, Mexico, ladies and gentlemen. Look at it. The largest pyramid in the world is not in Egypt. It's not in Africa. It's nowhere in the Eastern Hemisphere. The largest pyramid in the world is located in Mexico. Cholula. And guess what? You may not be able to see what's up top. Don't worry, I'll show you some more images as the time rolls on. But up top, what they did is the Catholics built a church. They hid all of this. It was buried underneath dirt. They claimed it was just a natural hill, and they placed a church on top. And it wasn't until recently that, in more recent times, that parts were excavated, and you realize that this is not just a pyramid. This is the largest pyramid in the world. The Americas have more pyramids than the rest of the world combined. We have the oldest pyramids in the world, and we have the largest pyramids. And since we're talking about pyramids, let's talk about some more connection between Nile Valley civilization and the Americas. Because if you guys notice something, it don't matter how Pan-African someone is, and I like to call them pan-goofies, call me petty, but it doesn't matter how Pan-African someone is. You notice how they only cherry pick Egyptology? You notice how they're not getting all gung-ho about Sudan or the Congo or South Africa or Morocco. They're salivating at the mouth, foaming at the mouth over Egyptology, Nile Valley civilization. Have you guys noticed that? And the reason why we gravitate towards that, yeah.
I did.
You've noticed that, right? Specifically Nile Valley, Amun-Ra, the Sphinx, the pyramids, the whole thing, right? And the reason for that.
I'm guilty of it. I did that. All of us.
And the reason that we have a connection with that It's because it's in our DNA. It's because that's us. Guys, think about this. If we're supposed to believe, and this is really going to fuck you up, right? If we're supposed to believe that the pyramids in Egypt were created by Africans, then why are there only a couple pyramids in the whole entire continent of Africa? Why are there more pyramids over here than over there? What makes more sense? Let me just take you on a exercise of critical thought. What makes more sense? Just close your eyes and imagine. What makes more sense? The Africans create Egyptian civilization. They create those pyramids, and then they come to the Americas and create way bigger pyramids and way more pyramids in the Americas than their ancestral homeland of Africa, right? They came over here and just made pyramids from North America to Central America to South America. Does that make sense? Only a few in Egypt, but they come over here and do all these all these grand pyramidal structures, right? Does that make more sense? Or does what make more sense is that not only were we a culturally advanced civilization, but we were a maritime civilization. We can circumnavigate the world, right? I mean, it's not that hard. There's literally the ocean's gyres. If we're building pyramids and mounds that lined up with solar events and lunar phases and equinoxes, then I think we can sail around the world, since that's how you sail, right? By mapping the stars. But anyways, I'm getting off subject, guys. What makes more sense? That we started that culture over here, which is why there's so many pyramids all over the Americas. And then at one point in time, we went over there and established a colony and built some structures over there as well. Does that make more sense? Or does it make more sense that the Africans were like, let's only make a few here in Africa and then go to the Americas and make these pyramids in Mexico and these pyramids in Peru and these pyramids in Louisiana and these in Philadelphia and these in St. Louis? Guys, it just, the math ain't mathing. Not even a little bit. Now, check this out. I told you guys that I would show you how they try to hide this pyramid, right? I told you that they put a Catholic church on top, that they lied and tried to make it seem like, oh, guys, there's nothing to see here. It's just a little Catholic church, guys. Check it out. Check it out. And you know what? If you're here, Doni, I got a screen in the background I'm trying to share. I don't have the ability to bring it up.
What I got to do? Get rid of some of this stuff?
All you got to do is click on it, I think. Just click on it. It should come right up.
Sorry.
There we go. You got it. You got it. And is there any way to make it a little bit bigger? Or actually, no, it's on my end. I got it. Here we go. So again, this is that site. This is the largest pyramid in the world. And hold on. Let me get you a real good image here. Let me get you. This one's pretty good, but I want to be able to zoom in on it. Let me see if I can get a zoomed in image. They came out there, the conquistadors, the Catholic Church, the Pope and them, they came out there and said, you know what? Let's put a church on top of this pyramid. Don't nobody need to know a pyramid's underneath here. I mean, you know, it's just a mound, right? You guys hear about the mound builders a lot. Guys, this is just a mound. This is just a big mound with a grand, beautiful, regal Catholic church on top. But actually, it wasn't until they started to excavate certain sections of it. For example, you see a section right here that's been excavated, that they realized, wait, this entire hill, this entire thing that we thought was a natural forming hill is actually a pyramid made out of stones and advanced materials. And damn, they were just hiding the history, right? So when you guys see something like the Cahokia Mound site located outside of St. Louis, and they try to tell you that this is just a mound, they try to tell you it's just a mound, and hold up, this is how they play in our face. They want me to pay $3 a month in order to get access to our history, right? Let me find a different website. Here we go. Cahokia Mound State Exhort site. Again, is this just a mound? Or if you excavate that, are you going to find a pyramid underneath made out of stone, just like the ones in Mexico that they try to hide beneath the Catholic Church?
So, Mike, let me ask the other Mike. What do you think?
Wow. Like I've been saying all night long. Wow. Wow, wow, wow.
Don't that look like a pyramid? Don't that look like Federal Hill? It's been in our face the whole time. We look at it every day.
And this is how you find it. Watch, guys. This is how you find all the mounds they try to hide. You go to Google Maps, you type in Indian mounds, and don't get it twisted. Don't get it twisted. There's way more mounds than this. Right now, they're showing what, like half a dozen mounds, right? Well, you got to zoom into an area, click search this area, and you see we got a dozen mounds just in this part of Florida alone. Indian burial mound, historic Ulster Indian mound slow, turtle mound, pawpaw mound, Indian mound sanctuary. Come over here to this part of Florida, zoom out a little bit, click search this area, and we got another dozen mounds right here in this area. Come over here, Savannah, Georgia, Charleston, right? Bam, Green Hill Mound, Santee Indian Mound, Rock Eagle Effigy Mound, Lamar Mounds. Atlanta, Georgia has mounds all throughout. Look at this. Right outside of Atlanta, Georgia, you got the Etowah Indian Mound site. I think that's maybe a half-hour drive from Atlanta, Georgia.
It looked like a mound to me. They got steps and everything up to it.
Yeah.
Come on.
400. I thought it was 450. Mike told me it's thousands.
Thousands. When you talk about the federal government creating those dams, they created those dams to flood our mounds. When you hear about them with the Smithsonian excavating is code for destroying. There were so many mounds that they just blew up. And then the big mounds like this that they couldn't blow up, they say, okay, it's a historic preservation site, so nobody can excavate it. The reason why they don't want us to excavate it is because if you do some digging, you're going to hit some stone. And these mounds, these pyramids are identical to the structures you find in Mexico, the Amazon rainforest. So it's not just that we're indigenous to the Southeast, we're indigenous to the Americas. From the Great Lakes to the Southeast to the Caribbean to Central America to South America. I mean, this was all our land. And it was all black, except for the southwestern plains, where those Asiatic Mongoloids migrated in through the Bering Strait. This right here is an artist's rendering of what it would have looked like back in the day. We weren't living in no damn teepees. We lived on houses on top of pyramids. This is a chimney and a pitched roof and a door right here, okay? This is how we were living. That's civilization. You got walls. You got neighborhoods. This is urban planning, suburbs, aquifers, sewage. And they said that this city was larger than London.
These cities in America, these American cities were already here.
Every major city in the United States was an indigenous settlement that's just been built on top of. Whether we're talking San Francisco, New York City, St. Louis, New Orleans, every single major U.S. Look at the highways and the roadways. They didn't clear no trees and pave those highways and roadways. Those were our trade routes. Those were our trails that we already set. Federal government just comes and pours some cement on over it, right? Look up the names of the states. If the state's name is not named after a European colonizer, it's named after something indigenous. It's either or.
So, Mike, you care to take a stab at the question, who are we?
Oh, yeah. I posted something in the comment section earlier. When we talk about, are we Hebrew, Moor, or indigenous? First of all, it starts with you doing your genealogy. We have the potentiality of being all of the above. Again, most of us have indigenous roots here in the Americas. The earliest explorers link us with Hebrew culture, Hebrew customs. So indigenous and Hebrew just goes hand in hand. When we talk about Moor, some of us may have Moorish admixture, but what I really caution people against doing is trying to romanticize and glorify the Moors. They were African conquistadors. They enslaved, pillaged, and decimated indigenous cultures and societies here in the Americas on behalf of their conquistador pals. Some of them came over here willingly, not as African slaves. And skinfolk did not mean kinfolk. The African conquistadors, the Sephardic crypto Jews, would use the Moors because they had melanin, right? They would use them to go into indigenous settlements in South America and Central America and the Caribbean to gain favor with the natives. So it's easier to wipe them out. That's how the Moors got down. Matter of fact, how do you think Cristobal Colon knew how to get over here. He didn't get lost. He knew exactly where he was going, and he had Moorish vassals and Moorish guides showing him how to come over here to the Americas. How did the Moors know how to get over here? Because we had trade networks established with them. The conquistadors found a tribe of indigenous people in the Americas. I think it was in the Southeast or the Caribbean, somewhere near Florida, though. And this tribe had gold-tipped spears. They told the conquistadors that they got these gold-tipped spears from a very dark black people that came from the South. Well, those Spanish conquistadors took those gold-tipped spears, sent them back to Spain. I think it's called a metallurgy or something like that. Whoever tests metals, they tested it in Spain, and they found that the metal came from the west coast of Africa. So Africans and us, we've been trading, and we'd established trade networks. It's not that crazy of a theory. How do you think the Egyptians are making hieroglyphs depicting corn when corn, aka maize, is indigenous to the Americas? But
How long have you been researching this, Mike?
About 2 years.
I've been researching all my damn life, and you done showed me more stuff that I found in a week than I've been looking for 25 years. Wow, son of Judah, respect.
And actually, there's a lot to be said about the namesake of a place, right? The namesake speaks volumes. I was living out in Portland, Oregon. I go to the coast, a little small town of Astoria. I think this is a beautiful place. I think nothing of it. Years later, I'm researching indigenous history. I learned of a ruling elitist family, the Astors, and how the Astors founded Astoria as a fur trading post with the indigenous people, and how the Astors were noted for being a huge role in the colonization and displacements of natives. But I'm out there in Astoria, and I don't think nothing of it. I just think it's a cool little city by the coast with a beach, right? So the namesake speaks volumes. It speaks a lot to the history of a place. So let me just quickly give you first a list of states that have their namesake from indigenous origin, and then a list of states that have their namesake from European origin, right? Alabama. Alabama comes from the Alabamu tribe. That's why the state is called Alabama. Alaska comes from Alet Alasqua, meaning the mainland. Arizona comes from the Oram or the Yuma words, Arizonac, meaning small spring. Arkansas is from the Quapaw people, the French interpretation of Akansa. That's how you get Arkansas. Connecticut comes from the Algonquin Quenetucket, meaning long tidal river. Dakota comes from the Dakota Sioux people. That's the name of the tribe. Hawaii is Polynesian, Hawaiki, right? Idaho comes from a Shoshone word meaning gem of the mountains. And just for time's sake, I'm just going to speed through the list a little bit now. Instead of giving such a long description, we've got Iowa, we've got Kansas, Kentucky, Massachusetts, Michigan, Minnesota, Mississippi, Missouri, Nebraska, New Mexico, Ohio, Oklahoma, Tennessee, Texas, Utah, Wisconsin, Wyoming. All of these states are named after either indigenous words or literally the indigenous tribe of that area. But what's even more interesting to me is the European names of states that most of us don't know, right? We hear something like Georgia, and a lot of us think of Ray Charles, if anything, right? Georgia, right? Georgia's named after King George II of Britain. Georgia was established as a buffer colony between Spanish La Florida and the British colonies of the Carolinas. That's where Georgia gets its name. Delaware comes from Thomas West. He was Lord Delaware. He was a lord. The province that he was a lord of in England is called Delaware. So they named Delaware after
Carolinas.
Carolinas. Carolinas is French. Carolina is a feminized word of what was his name? It's definitely named after a king.
Carol.
It was King Charles. That's what it is. King Charles. King Charles the First of England is where you get the colonial name of the Carolinas. It's just, you see, with some of these words like Charles, they'll take like a feminized version of the word. I mean, when we think of it, we don't really see how Charles translates into Carolina that easily, right? Whereas Georgia, coming from King George, makes a whole lot more sense. But yeah, the Carolinas is named after King Charles. Louisiana, named after King Louis of France. Maryland, named after Queen Henrietta Maria, who was the wife of Charles I, who Carolinas is named after. We're seeing a theme here, right? New Hampshire, named after Hampshire, England. New Jersey, named after the Jersey English Channel. New York, named after the Duke of York. North and South Carolina, we already talked about that. King Charles. Pennsylvania is named after William Penn. Rhode Island is named after Root Eland, which means Red Island or Greek roads, and that's Dutch. And then the last two, no, two more. Last two, we got Vermont, which comes from French Vertemont, and Virginia comes from Elizabeth I, meaning the Virgin Queen.
Touch on Florida for me.
Florida. we talking about Florida for a minute. Oh man, Florida. I mean, who was the conquistador? I think a good introduction into Florida indigenous history would be telling you the story of an incident. I think it was 1528, right? They said that the Indians of Florida, of the Southeast, not only had the Negro stock amongst them, we were the darkest, but we were the most warlike, right? In April 1528, you got this Spanish conquistador named Panfilo de Narvaez, and they basically landed near Tampa Bay. And they were coming to do basically what Columbus did in Puerto Rico and the DR, Haiti, right? You land in an area, you butcher all the Indians, and you steal their stuff. And the ones you don't butcher, you take them as slaves. That's literally the Spanish playbook. Now, the Spaniards had to change their playbook over time. Over time, they started giving us gifts and trying to be allies and stuff because of incidences like I'm going to tell you right now. So Panfilo, he goes to Tampa Bay, right? When they hit the beach, they're encountered by a Timucua chief, and this chief actually gestures towards him, and he's very welcoming. He's like giving the Spaniards presents, and he's speaking to them in Spanish, and he basically says, hey, I know what you guys are here for. I know you guys are looking for gold. Follow me. There's a place nearby. You can have a bunch of gold. It's all good. I rock with you, right? They followed this indigenous man for 1-2 days. Next thing they know, the indigenous man has disappeared. They keep going. They're lost. Next thing you know, they're surrounded by Black Indians, and they get taken out. And stories like this is why Florida resisted Spanish colonization for over 100 years. The Spanish were able to go into the Inca Empire, go to Peru, go to all these places, do their thing, take them over, steal the gold. But when it came to La Florida, as the Spanish called it, these were the most warlike people. And actually, I'll quickly pull up a map of La Florida if you don't have one. Old La Florida map, because when we talk about what the Spanish called La Florida, this was way bigger than the modern state of Florida. This was way, 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 way bigger. Here we go.
Look at Florida, Mike.
I'm looking.
This was
That's
La Florida,
man. La Florida. La Florida.
Wow.
going all the way to New Orleans, up to Alabama, Georgia, all the way up to the Carolinas. This was all La Florida, and these were the different indigenous tributaries in these areas and the names that the Spanish gave them. And we always lived along the water, right? Pyramids, mounds along the water. So yeah, Florida has a really, really rich history. If you think about it, the Black Indians in Florida, La Florida, the Southeast, they really never stopped fighting. I mean, that story I told you was 1520s, right? From 1520s until end of the Civil War, they were in the Southeast fighting, right? If you fast forward from the 1500s, we get to like the 1700s, you have something called the Yamasee War. What was the Yamasee War about? They were taking Yamasee Indians, kidnapping them as slaves, and putting them on plantations. The Yamasee Indians were like, no, we're not rocking with this. So they started to rebel against the European colonists. There was a war. They lost. Guess what happened when they lost? They were taken as slaves and sent to Jamaica, sent to St. Barnabas, sent to the Caribbean. Some of them sent to other colonial establishments in South America, Central America, et cetera, et cetera. The Yamasee War is a direct link to what we talk about as the Seminole Wars, right? And actually, before we get to the Seminole Wars,
say that again. The Yamasee, right?
The Yamasee War. The Yamasee War has a direct parallel to the Creek Civil War, the Creek Red Stick War, the Seminole War I, Seminole War II. It's all tied together. This is how they hide our history.
So all this time, when I heard about the Indian Wars, that was really melanated people wars.
Yep.
Especially in Florida.
Mm-hmm.
Because Florida didn't have indigenous people that came from the Bering Strait, did they?
Not at all. Those folks were in the plains. Those folks were in the New Mexico desert, the Arizona desert, right? Utah, right?
Mike Randolph, you heard that?
I'm saying knowledge is power. And I know a lot of people from Florida, when they see this show right here, they're going to be surprised. Real surprised.
Come on, guys. If you connect the dots, we've got an unbreaking chain of resistance. You got that example I just told you in 1520s. You got the Yamasee War in 1715. Again, Black Indians resisting enslavement and colonial greed. You got my tribe, the Creek. We had something called the Red Stick Wars, where a certain faction of our clan split away from the others, painted their sticks red, and went to war against the Europeans. At the end of the Red Stick Wars, those that weren't captured, trafficked, or murdered, guess what? Those surviving Red Sticks migrated to Florida and became the Seminoles, or the runaways, or the wild ones, and that's how you got the Seminole Wars. And then the Seminole Wars lead directly into the Civil War. Seminole Wars ended in 1858. Civil War is what? 1865 is when it ends. I think it starts a little bit before that. So, guys, this is 150 plus years of an unbroken chain of resistance. But this is how they trick you. If it's a free Indian, if it's a free range Indian combating Europeans, they call it an Indian war. If it's an Indian that's been kidnapped, taken as a prisoner of war, made a slave, and they rebel, well, now they call that a slave revolt. Now, if you look up the slave revolts and you look up the Indian wars and you look at the timeline, you'll see, wait a minute, it's the same people, it's the same thing.
Mike, on that note, what is reclassification?
Reclassification, also known as paper genocide, is when instead of warring with the people, instead of going out there with muskets and revolvers and taking them out that way, you can just write them out of its existence. If your name is Doni, and Doni lives in a place called Doni Land, well, if I want to take Doni Land from him, and I've already tried to physically combat him, and you know he's stronger than me, if we're just going to be honest. Well, I got to be craftier. So let me think. What can we do? Let's try to get Doni to leave Doni Land. Indian removal, 1830s, right? Or hey, let's tell Doni that he's not from Doni Land. There's these other group of people that we imported to Doni Land as our slaves, and they kind of have the similar complexion as Doni and Doni's people. So let's kidnap Doni's children and raise them to believe that they come from the other side of the world and they're part of this other group of people just because they have a similar complexion. So now they don't even fight for Doni Land because they think they come from somewhere else, like Africa, right?
Listen, y'all. I know it's not what the teacher taught you in American history class. We understand this is not the history your parents grew up on. This public service announcement.
Come on. This is why the first thing I show on my website, nativeblack.ancestry.com, is a clear timeline of our racial reclassification. They start calling us Indian in 1492. We become Negro in 1682. Colored, 1851. Black, 1960s. We didn't become African anything until 1988. That might as well be yesterday as far as history is concerned.
Wow.
They made us African last week.
Wow.
Mike, I need you to touch this for me because I'm old school. I had a basic understanding of the North and the South. The
Mhm.
South, the Confederates. One thing you have shared with me is that I believe it was you that the original, was it you? The original Confederate flag was made by melanated people. It was already in rotation before the European got here. Was that
So
you?
that wasn't me, but I know exactly what you're touching on. Yep. There is truth to that. I mean, as far as the Confederate being us, that's a very blanket statement. I mean, part of the Confederates are these debt slaves from Europe who are squatting on Indian land to remove them so that they can mechanize and monetize their farmland, right? So I mean, to just say that the Confederates are us, I mean, that's, you know, history is much more nuanced than that. I will say that slavery is not like how we were taught about it in school. I mean, on my website, I've actually got a digital archive, over 600 records, and part of it is ex-slave interviews. And there's some ex-slave interviews where it's a Black Indian talking about getting kidnapped from Choctaw territory, sent to Louisiana to be sold as a slave. But then you got some stories where the plantation slave is talking about, hey, we was living good, we was having parties, and we was eating every night. We didn't want for nothing. And matter of fact, we preferred slavery because once we got free, it was basically slavery with extra steps. Think about it, guys. When they got emancipated, they celebrated for a hot minute. And then the US government said, take your ass back to that plantation you came from. They literally had vagrancy laws on the books. If you was outside squatting, loitering, if you were being idle, then they can send you to a work camp. They can imprison you and send you to a plantation. So what was emancipation? What was Reconstruction? You're still doing the same thing you did as a slave, but now you got to feed yourself and you have to clothe yourself. And if you look up what that sharecropping was about, that was just slavery with extra steps. There was actually a lot of Southerners who were envious of plantation slaves. Some of you may be confused by that. Why would free Southern white people be, enamored by the lives that these slaves live? Because if you think about it, the hardest type of person to be in the colonial South, in the Confederate South, was a free white person, was a free white man. That's the toughest life to live, not necessarily a plantation slave. If you're a free white man, they were on the plantation alongside us. But guess what? They also have a rent to pay or a mortgage to pay. And guess what? They can get fired at any day. And now their family are literally starving to death, right? Whereas with us, well, and again, I'm not trying to romanticize slavery, but this is how some white Confederates saw it as. Damn, these slaves, they get fed, they get housed, they get sheltered. If they get sick, it's not like Massa's selling them because they're sick. They still have a place to live. They still have food to eat, right? So slavery is way more nuanced than they'll ever teach us about in school.
Mike, you got any questions?
No, I'm just sitting back like a student, like a sponge, and taking it all in.
Mike, why don't you tell us how you got started on this? How did you come to create NativeBlackAncestry.com?
Yeah, I really built it as a repository of information because as I was doing research on my own family genealogy, on the history of indigenous tribes across the Americas, I just thought that I should kind of chronicle the information. I should kind of curate it, make it easily accessible for people that are trying to come behind me and walk that same path. So yeah, that's how I started the website. But as far as how I got into this topic in general, it really just started by researching my own family's heritage. I always knew that I had indigenous ties to the Americas. I always felt that there was something wrong with the African slave trade narrative, but it wasn't until 2021 that my family sat down, did our genealogy, and we said, wait a minute, we got ancestors on the Dawes roll listed as full-blooded Indians. Wait a minute, we got ancestors who are leaders of the Creek Nation. Wait a minute, we're doing the family tree, and I'm going back to the 1700s, the 1600s in some places. I even find a couple Europeans on the tree, but I can't find a single African nowhere. And as I work as a genealogist and do genealogy research on behalf of hundreds of Black Americans across the country, I'll tell you straight up, I've literally had like a handful of clients where we found any African heritage. The vast majority of Black Americans can trace their roots to the Americas, to the 1600s, to the 1500s. No Africans on the family tree. And for those of us that do have an African or two that pops up on the family tree, that does not separate us from our indigenous roots. I've got some German admixture. That doesn't make me a German man all of a sudden, right? So if you're indigenous to the Americas and some slave master imports some Africans from the Caribbean to work on his plantation alongside you, reclassified indigenous man, and if you and those Africans form a league of friendship and form a maroon community and say, we're going to flee and go the Underground Railroad together, we're going to escape to Spanish La Florida, to escape to be with the Seminoles and fight Andrew Jackson and them, then guess what? That African becomes our brother. That's how our tribes got down. Our tribes weren't always blood-based. It was, hey, who rocks with us, rocks with us. And that's how we get down to this day, right? We even got white people that are allowed to say the N-word as long as they live with us, were raised with us in the ghetto, in our project block, and that N-word pass is only good for that little, 4-block strip that they're from. And some of you guys may frown at that, but that's a reality that we live in. Mexican, same thing. If a Mexican is ingratiated in our community, if we feel like he earns his stripes, he gets to say the N word, he's invited to the cookout, right? That's how we get down. We're a very inviting people and sometimes to our own detriment. But I say that to say, I got no issue with the descendants of these Africans that rebelled and became freedom fighters with us. The issue that I take is with the descendants of African conquistadors and the descendants of African slave traders who are online to this day trying to discount our heritage and tell us that we come from Africa somewhere. No.
Mike, we getting calls from all over the country. Mike Randolph, come on, you quiet. I ain't used to you being this quiet. Come on, open your mouth, man. You the elder here. You 69.
Yes, and guess what, man? At 69, I'm learning more. And that's what life is all about, man. It's not what age you are. It's when you get that knowledge, how do you take it to the next level? And for the last, hour or two, I simply have been knocked back like a sponge, taking in all that knowledge. Sometimes the best thing to do is to listen. And that's what I'm doing tonight.
Hey, Amar said, I think it was Amar who said he had an ancestor who fought for the Confederacy. Hey, I got a genealogy client. I presented her results to her. I found a document where her ancestor had a labor contract negotiated through the Freedmen's Bureau in the 1870s. So this lady says to me, she says, Mike, damn, my ancestor was a freedman, so he was a slave? I say, no. I show her some more documents where her ancestor is listed in the 1840 Louisiana census as a free person of color.
And we think that means that somebody close to them was a slave. So them being freed, meaning they were not born slave, but it doesn't mean that. What I got from you is that freedmen, that was their way of saying you're a Native American, but you ain't getting no land. Am I wrong?
You're right. It's a little more here. A good way for me to break it down, and I hate doing this only because I'm always embarrassed by my chicken scratch handwriting. But let me pull up a whiteboard real quick and break this down for us. You guys got to bear with me. If I was on a physical whiteboard, my handwriting will be a lot better than it's going to be right now, I tell you. But we're going to break it down because we hear this freedman term floated around a lot. We hear that last month, the Creek Freedmen won a big court case, and a lot of people don't know what that means. We hear things like the Freedmen's Bureau or the Freedmen's Bank, and we're like, wait, what exactly is going on here, right? Come on. I'm sorry, y'all. My Wi-Fi does not want to Wi-Fi. Okay, here we go. So this is a good way to break it down. That's how we'll do it. Make sure this is nice, thick. Thickness good. There we go. So first of all, we've got freedmen. I'm just going to abbreviate a little bit. You got the freedmen in the U.S. territory. Oops, hold on. There we go. And then you're going to have freedmen in tribal territory. We're going to break it all the way down. There's freedmen in U.S. territory, then there's freedmen in tribal territory. Well, some of you are thinking to yourself, well, what's the difference between U.S. territory and tribal territory? Well, geographically, not much. We can be in a territory, let's say Louisiana, and one part of Louisiana may have some plantations run by Indians, so that's Indian territory. And the rest of it is governed by the U.S., so that's U.S. territory, right? But either way, we got freedmen in U.S. territory, freedmen in tribal territory. And when we talk about tribal territory, post-Indian removal, 1830s, tribal territory, Indian country becomes the state of Oklahoma as we now know it today, right? But first, let's talk about some similarities here. Let's touch on some similarities. First similarity. Now, a lot of people have a misconception that this is always what the term means. It's much more nuanced than that. But sometimes freedmen were slaves that are then freed, hence the term freedman. Now again, even if it is a slave that's freed and is now a freedman, that does not mean that slave came from Africa. That slave could have came from that territory, and as their tribe was being pushed out, they were captured and sent to a plantation. I mean, you know, if you do your genealogy and you find ancestors enslaved, that does not mean that they are African by default. Let's talk about it. But sometimes in U.S. territory, you had slaves that were free, and they're classified as freedmen. Well, that did happen in tribal territory at times too. You would have slaves, and they're free, and they're classified as freedmen. But here's the thing that most people don't realize. In U.S. territory, there were also people that were never enslaved, and they still get reclassified as freedmen. That story that I was telling you guys, I wasn't finished with it. A client of mine, I'm doing the research, I present the results. We find a Freedmen's Bureau labor contract for her ancestor, so she thinks her ancestor was a slave because of the title of freedman. But then I show her where her ancestor was listed in the 1840 Louisiana census as a free person of color. Not only that, her ancestor owned plantations. Not only that, her ancestor owned slaves. But wait, there's more. I found the literal document where her ancestor wrote on the purchase agreement, when this transaction is concluded, so-and-so is free and has the full protection of my family. Her ancestor was buying slaves to give them their freedom. It's called manumission. But this lady would not know any of this. She would assume her ancestor was a slave because of the term freedman. So you have to understand it's much more nuanced than that. Same thing in tribal territory. You had Black Indians, free people of color, not enslaved at all. But when it comes time to sign up on something like the Dawes rolls, they get reclassified as freedmen, right? So we've talked about the similarities. Now let's talk about some of the differences. First difference. Freedmen in U.S. territory were promised 40 acres and a mule. They ain't get shit. Freedmen in tribal territory were supposed to get 160 acres of land per person, but instead they got shorted and only received 40 acres apiece. So they did get 40 acres. You see the difference there. Some of you may have heard of Sarah Rector. For those who haven't, Sarah Rector was the youngest, richest colored girl in the world in the early 1900s. Well, how was Sarah Rector at 11 years old in Oklahoma? How was she the richest colored girl in the world? Because she was a descendant of Creek freedmen. That's my tribe. And she inherited her ancestors' land allotments. And the land she inherited had gold underneath. And she was pumping out $10,000 of oil a day, right? So when we hear things like Sarah Rector, we don't draw that connection. We hear richest colored girl in the world, but we don't think Black Indian girl, which is exactly what she was. She's a member of my tribe. We hear about things like Greenwood, Black Wall Street, Tulsa, and we don't think, how did these Black folks find themselves in Indian territory before Oklahoma even became a state? How are all these Black folks building all these Black cities? Because there were dozens of Black Wall Street type cities in Oklahoma, not just Greenwood, right? But how were all these Black folks in Indian territory? How did they get there? Oh, they walked the Trail of Tears. They were associated with those tribes, but we don't draw the connection, right? But again, when we talk about the differences with the whole freedman thing, let's now focus on tribal territory. Let's now focus on the disenfranchisement of freedmen of tribal territory. Now check this out. We're going to go to the Dawes Roll, and I'm going to use my own family as a case study. I've got family on the Dawes Roll listed as full-blooded Indians. I got family written about in history books. This right here is a nice book, The Indian Territory, Its Chiefs, Legislators, and Leading Men, right? Got my ancestor right here, Grandpa Thomas Jefferson Adams Harjo, Black Indian man right here, as you can see, right? So I've got ancestors who are full-blooded, half-blooded, ancestors classified as a freedman, and everything in between. So I'm more than qualified to speak to this. But for this case study, I'm going to use my ancestor who's listed as a half-blood. His roll number is 1017. His name is Pleasant Tobler. We got Pleasant Tobler.
What's the website?
This is the Dawes Roll. If anybody Googles Dawes Roll, it'll take you straight to this. It's okhistory.org. Now, Pleasant Tobler, and guys, during those one-on-one genealogy consultations I provide, I go through the Dawes Roll, and I actually give this example right here with Pleasant Tobler. So you guys are getting a little sneak peek, some free game, if you will, as to some of the things I cover during those one-on-one consultations. But Pleasant Tobler is listed right here on the Dawes Roll at 2 years old, male, blood quantum is 1/2. There's his roll number, and he's listed as a Creek by blood newborn. Well, some of my genealogy clients say to me, well, Mike, why is your ancestor's blood quantum listed as 1/2? Like, is he half European, half Indian? Is he half African, half Indian? Well, this is where it gets tricky. This is where we get into the disenfranchisement of those reclassified as freedmen. This is what we have to start with. A lot of people have the misconception that the Dawes Rolls was simply Indian tribes documenting their tribal members, keeping count of who their tribal members are. No, false. That was not how it happened. The Dawes Roll, the Dawes Commission, was created by a man called Henry Dawes. Who was Henry Dawes? Henry Dawes was a senator from Massachusetts. They sent a white boy from Massachusetts out to Oklahoma to decide who's an Indian and who's not an Indian. They literally had European government agents who would sit you down and interview you, jam you up with a bunch of questions. I got the documents all throughout my office, and they get to decide if you get to be a part of the tribe or if you're not a part of the tribe. If you get to be a part of the tribe as by blood or if you get classified as a freedman. So when a lot of us hear a term like $5 Indian, some people may think, well, how are Europeans able to pay $5 to get placed on the Dawes Rolls? Because the Europeans created the Dawes Rolls. So it's nothing for them to say, hey, buddy, hey, Doni, slide me some money and I'm going to place you on the Dawes Roll as a Choctaw. Get you some land, get you some benefits. Guys, $5 back then in today's currency was $160. I told you earlier, if you get placed on the Dawes Roll as a by-blood Indian, you're getting 160 acres of land. Well, if you paid $5, $5 is the equivalent of $160. You getting 160 acres of land at $1 per acre. You see what we're dealing with now. But what happened for those that got classified as a freedman? Those that classified as a freedman, remember, they only got 40 acres. By bloods got 160. But if they saw you and you had some melanin, you failed the brown paper bag test, they said, you know what? We gonna put his black Indian ass on the freedman roll. And guess what they did to the freedmen? They only gave them 40 acres. You know why? Because any land that was left over after the land allotments were dispersed was sold to European settlers at the highest bidder. So if instead of labeling you as by blood, if I say, Doni, you're a freedman, I only got to give Doni 40 acres so I can take 120 acres and sell it to my homeboy Mike. That's how they got down.
Mike Randolph, does this make sense?
It makes sense. It makes sense.
But wait. It gets worse, though. It gets worse. I'm not done. It gets worse, and it ain't never going to get better. This is something else they did to disenfranchise the freedmen. I'm not sure if you guys can see right here on this list. I'm going to zoom in some more if I can. Let me see. It's not going to let me zoom in anymore. But, guys, look. Whether you're listed as a Creek freedman or a Choctaw freedman or a Chickasaw freedman or a Cherokee freedman, guys, it doesn't matter what tribe. Anybody labeled a freedman, do you notice a blank spot? Do you see something missing? Do you see these blank spots? That's the blood quantum category. They purposefully did not record the Indian blood of those they classified as a freedman.
Hmm.
So when everybody hears that last month the Creek freedmen won their citizenship rights, this is what they're talking about. My tribe, the Creek Nation, we had a bunch of Europeans that we allowed to pay to get a part of the tribe, to marry to get into the tribe, or get adopted into the tribe. When y'all hear about Indians having black folks as slaves, y'all don't understand that Confederate plantation slave owners got adopted into tribes in Oklahoma, took their slaves with them. Now they're a part of the Cherokee Nation listed on the by blood roll, and you hearing that Indians got black folks as slaves and don't realize this is a white person that got adopted into the tribe, not an Indian by heritage at all. But when we hear about the whole freedmen controversy, this is what my tribe did. When the $5 Indians finally got into political control of the tribe in 1979, in the middle of the night, they changed their tribal constitution. And this is what they changed it to say. It's no longer enough for you to have an ancestor listed on the Dawes roll as part of the tribe for you to get tribal citizenship. From here on out, your ancestor has to be listed on the Dawes roll as part of the tribe, and they have to have a blood quantum recorded. So overnight, hundreds of thousands of black folks were kicked out of the tribe. Why? Because their ancestors were reclassified as freedmen and had no recorded blood quantum. You see how deep the rabbit hole goes, right? We talked about Sarah Rector earlier, right? Don't get it twisted. That wasn't just a cliche success story. This is how crazy it is. They steal our land from the Southeast. They have Dutch half-breed Indians. Look it up. Every single Indian that signed any treaty that resulted in the Indian removal, they all had a Dutch father and an Indian mother. This was strategic. They used their half-breed children as agent provocateurs, right? But this is how deep the rabbit hole truly goes. They get us out of the Southeast, pushed to Oklahoma under the guise of, hey, if you guys go west of the Mississippi, we ain't gonna fuck with you. You ain't gonna have no white people squatting on your land. You can do your Indian thing, bathe in the stream, be one with the earth, whatever y'all Indians do. You go to Oklahoma, it'll be Indian territory. So Indian removal starts in the 1830s, right? But late 1800s, around 1880s, 1890s, some white boys sneak over to Oklahoma and they do some surveying and they say, wait a minute, this land is rich with oil. They go back to Washington and say, you dumbasses, y'all gave these Indians a bunch of land that got a bunch of oil underneath. So that's when they have Henry Dawes come from Massachusetts to create the Dawes roll to split up the tribes and decide who's an Indian and who's not, and who's on the by blood roll and who's on the freedman roll, right? And even if you were a freedman that got their 40 acres and you were like Sarah Rector who got lucky and there was oil underneath, guess what they did to Sarah Rector and the rest of the freedmen who had oil on their land? Guess what they did? They assigned them a white guardian to handle their financial affairs.
When was the Dawes rolls?
The dates right here. Dawes roll ran from 1898 to 1914.
But I was looking up also when the
Dawes Commission?
No, when they found oil.
Oh, when was oil found in Oklahoma?
Yeah.
Let me see if I can get a exact date for you.
Technically
1859. 1859. Exactly. 1859, they find oil. Couple decades later, the Dawes roll is getting formed. Indian land is getting split up. The leftover land is getting sold to settlers. Come on. You see the big picture. But when you guys hear that Sarah Rector had a white guardian assigned to her to manage her financial affairs from the oil money, some of you guys may be like me, and you may assume, damn, Sarah was an orphan. Oh, Sarah didn't have no parents, so they assigned her a white guardian. No, she had a mommy, she had a daddy, she had a nuclear family. But if you were a freedman, they thought that you weren't smart enough to handle such wealth. So if you were labeled a freedman and there was oil on their land, they assigned you a white guardian that 9 times out of 10 just tricked you out of your money and your land. And at the same time that the freedmen and tribal territory are being disenfranchised like this in Oklahoma with the Dawes roll, guess what the freedmen who got left behind in the Southeast are dealing with? the Freedmen's Bureau, the Freedmen's Bank, sharecropping, labor contracts. When we talk about the labor contracts that were negotiated through the Freedmen's Bureau, it was slavery with extra steps. I've read these contracts myself. It will say in the contract that you got to call this motherfucker massa, that you got to work on his plantation every day except Sunday. You refer to him as massa, and you only get paid at the end of the season if massa says that you did a good job and didn't give him no back talk. This was supposed to be our emancipation. So at the same time that the freedmen in Oklahoma are, sorry for lack of better words, are getting fucked, the Black Indians that remained in the Southeast are getting fucked.
Who are we? That's the question we posed tonight. Thank you for this Dawes roll. I found my great-grandmother's name. I'm not sure if it's her. I got to keep searching. Mike, people come to you all the time. Tell them how it works.
Yeah, if anybody...
The king of receipts. Oh, Mike Randolph. That's what they call him on here, the king of receipts. You have met the king of receipts. Thank you, Randall Robinson.
And we just scratched the surface, okay? We just hit a fraction of a percent, okay?
You got a Ma saying wow.
Come on. But no, if there's anybody that needs personalized guidance with genealogy research, just go to nativeblack.ancestry.com. You can book a one-on-one consultation with me where I teach you the 3-step process that me and my family use to trace our heritage and get tribal citizenship. I've also got some historical resources on the site. There's a digital archive with over 600 documents. I've got a book list of my primary sources. And there's also this nice tribal surname tab. You know, a lot of times we get false history, you know, given to us about, you know, oh, your last name comes from a slave master's last name, yada, yada, yada. A lot of us do our genealogy and we find our ancestors were never enslaved. So where did they get their surname from? Well, what a lot of people don't realize is during the process of forced assimilation, indigenous tribes adopted European surnames. So this tribal surname tab is a great first step where you can see if your family's last names line up with any of the quote unquote 5 civilized tribes. But yeah.
I gotta just add this in here, Mike. A lot of times we have watched cowboy and Indian movies. I think you are saying to us, we need to go back and rewatch those cowboy and Indian movies. And instead of the Indians they present to us, we need to look at them and think of them as melanated people. And so one of the things that happens in those movies, a indigenous person takes on a name like Tom Jones. And I think you just touched on how that happens, right?
Yep. Exactly. Process of assimilation, whether it's forced or just done through a lot of firm pressure.
You also spoke about how people, and a lady came on and gave this comment, when they found out they had indigenous roots, when their grandmothers told them to what?
Shh, don't say nothing about that. Don't say nothing.
But I don't understand, Mike. Why would my Native American grandmother tell me to not tell anybody, to shush?
Well, if you think about it, Indian removal was the physical forced removal of indigenous people from the Southeast. So if you remained in the Southeast and you were reclassified from indigenous to Negro or mulatto or colored, then you had to go by that racial label. If you spoke your indigenous tongue, if you said, no, I'm not a Negro, I'm an Indian, you can be lynched, you can be fined, you can be jailed. I mean, they were lynching people for allegedly whistling at white women. So imagine what they would do to your black ass claiming your indigeneity. It was literally the purge. I mean, do I have to pull up a map of all the black massacres? I will. Matter of fact, hold on. I said it's the purge, right? Check this out. I'm going to pull up a black massacre map for you guys so you can see exactly what I'm talking about.
They don't talk about that a lot in this country, the massacres, the yes. Hundreds, if not thousands of massacres that happened to our people.
And guess when they happened? Post-emancipation, during Reconstruction. All that lynching and stuff wasn't happening during slavery. People weren't getting lynched like that during slavery. Why would I take this slave that I paid all this money for, that I took a mortgage out for? Why am I going to lynch him? That's like taking my Bugatti and crashing it, right? I mean, that makes no sense. Where the lynching start, where the creation of the KKK starts, is after emancipation. These Black Indians are free in their ancestral homeland, and they have all the skills. Because remember, our ancestors weren't just no cotton pickers. I mean, they really mindfuck us to such a successful degree. They got you thinking that your ancestors was like picking cotton 24/7, 360. You know, cotton's a plant, right? And you pick it when it's time to harvest it, right? So what were our ancestors doing the rest of the time when it wasn't harvest season for the cotton crop? Oh, they were doing skilled labor. They were blacksmiths. They were doulas and stuff, delivering babies. Doing all kinds of carriers, traveling across the country, acting as interpreters. I mean, we were doing so many skilled things, and we had all that talent, and now we're working for ourselves, and now we can vote. So here comes the KKK. Here comes the birth of a nation.
Straight out of Pulaski, Tennessee.
Mm.
That's when blacks were fleeing. That's when melanated people were fleeing the deep south. And some even went as far as Africa.
Some as far north as Canada, yep. Mm-hmm.
Mike, when did you know you were on to something?
Well, you know what? That's a good question. And hold on, let me remove this from the studio real quick. I think I knew that I was onto something when a couple years ago, you know, I come from a very litigious, you know, investigative journalism background. You know, my ancestors were lawyers of the Supreme Court and stuff like that. So when I started looking into the whole Black Indigenous thing, and I was looking at it from like, if anything, what's the opposite of optimistic?
Pessimistic.
Pessimistic, right? If anything, I was looking at it from a pessimistic lens. But when I looked for the evidence, when I looked for the receipts, when I looked for the sources, the evidence was astounding. It wasn't like I had to search real hard and search real high and real low. Like, this is like very mainstream knowledge, especially in Europe. It's not mainstream over here because of the racial reclassification, but this is all like, if you just look for the info, you will find it. If you just look up the journals of Christopher Columbus, the journals of Torquemada, the journals of Cortez, they all talk about seeing Black Indians, whether it's the California coast, whether it's Puerto Rico, whether it's Brazil. I mean, it's in all the records. I find documents going back to 1492, 1520s. I mean, I found German churches that have Black Indians painted on their roofs in the 17th century. I mean, it's just so much evidence out there. It's crazy. And the reason why the evidence is out there like that is because if you think about it, they never thought that we would ever know how to read. When they were documenting all their fuckery and all their trickery, they're doing it not thinking, hey, in the future, these people are not only going to be able to read, but they're going to have their freedom, and they're going to have the internet, and they're going to have artificial intelligence. They're going to be able to find out everything that we were up to and exactly how we did it. They weren't worried about that because in their day and time, they can never fathom a reality where we could even know how to read and write. That's how subjugated they had us at one point, right? So they weren't like hiding things, and it's all out there. Walter Plecker, leader of Virginia Vital Statistics, came out with the Racial Integrity Act. He literally wrote letters to doctors and county clerks saying that if somebody looks like they have even one drop of Negro blood and they identify as Indian, mark them as colored or Negro. He literally went on people's records.
Y'all in school this. Say that again.
Walter Plecker, Racial Integrity Act of 1924.
Racial Integrity Act.
Yes, Walter Plecker.
And that's the one drop black.
That's
blood.
that one drop. Yep.
One drop rule.
When we hear about the one drop rule, they make it seem like, oh, like
something
there was
proud of.
No. They make it seem like, a lot of slave masters were having babies with slave girls, so there was a lot of mixing happening, so we had to have a one drop rule. No. There was Black Indians, there were Asiatic looking migrants from the Bering Strait. And since the Black Indians were the warlike ones, the ones that they had problems with, the natives in the plains, you just give them a bottle of whiskey and they'll do whatever you want them to, right? Them plains Indians is down bad, crashing out on their casino, right? But the Black Indians, they're warlike. They're the descendants of the mound builders or the pyramid builders, right? So these Black Indians, I mean, we've got to subjugate them, re-educate them, bring them to the lowest lows that we can bring a person through the annals of slavery. Then we got to reclassify them and reclassify them and reclassify them. I mean, why would they do all this if we were just some Africans? Think about that for a minute, guys. If we were just some Africans and emancipation happens and we're free now, then they would just leave us alone, right? Hey, pay your taxes to Uncle Sam, and other than that, whatever, Africans, do you, right? But if we descend from the original autochthon people of this land, then we got to free them and reclassify them and miseducate them and take all their wealth and put it in this freedmen's bank that goes bankrupt in less than a decade. And then we create the Klan to terrorize them off of their rich land that they now own and get them to flee to the north into our factories so they can be wage slaves for us and they can trade a plantation for a plantation with skyscrapers, right? I mean, do you see how, I mean, come on. After the Civil War, the South got slapped on the wrist. The Southerners didn't get no punishment. After Abraham Lincoln was assassinated, the vice president that took over was a Confederate good old boy. He came up and reversed what Lincoln did. Lincoln was giving them some punishment. Confederate soldiers couldn't hold office for a period of time. They couldn't own property on some shit. As soon as Lincoln was taken out and the next dude is in office, these Confederates, they get slapped on the wrist. The federal government is turning a blind eye when all the race massacres and lynchings are going on. The federal government mandates draconian laws like vagrancy laws, where if you're chilling and you're not working, well, we can send you to a plantation under a work program, right? Right? So, I mean, if you really just think of it, even from a pessimistic lens, if we were just some Africans, then why would they go out of their way to convince us that we're not Kunta, we're Toby, just to turn around and tell us we're Toby? I mean, it doesn't make no sense. It just doesn't make any sense. In the 1980s and 1990s, they used to teach that 100 million African slaves were trafficked to the Americas. In 2025, they have dramatically reduced that figure. They now say 12.5 million. And out of the 12.5 million, they say 10 to 11 actually survived. 10 to 11 million survived that journey. And guess what they say? Out of the 10 to 11 million, over 90% of them went to Brazil. The rest of them went to the Caribbean. Less than 4% of all the African slaves trafficked during the entirety of the transatlantic slave trade went to North America. They estimate between 90,000 and 388,000 African slaves went to North America. And we got over 45 million Black Americans present day. The math ain't mathing. Plantation slaves got a high mortality rate. Plantation slaves got a low birth rate. How do you take a sample population of 300,000, 400,000 people and have them balloon to over 45 million? That's logistically impossible, whether it's been 200 years, 300 years, 500 years, or 6. I've crunched the numbers. Believe it or not, I actually did the digging with the data. And do you guys know how many African slaves would have to have been sent to North America to make up the Black American population we have today? They would have had to send 4 to 5 million African slaves to North America alone. And they claim they brought 90,000 to 388,000. When you hear about millions of African slaves being trafficked, those millions went to Brazil. Those millions went to West Indies. Let's talk about it. Oh, and then your grandma said you was Indian, right? And then your uncle said you was Indian, right? And then we also don't have any African culture, custom, tradition. If you look at Brazil, if you look at the Caribbean, they've got African culture, African customs, African spiritual systems, African food, African dance. We don't have any of that. Why? Because we don't come from Africans.
I need you to talk about, while we're here, those Hebrew traits that you have identified in people's, melanated people's more than one place in the world.
Mm-hmm. Do you want to focus on more so the Hebrew or the Hebrew / Egyptian? Since it kind of goes hand in hand a little bit.
Okay, let's go.
Okay, cool. Well, if we're looking at parallels, I mean, you've got again the pyramids. You know, largest pyramid in the world is right behind me, found in Mexico, not Egypt.
Hold up. I gotta hit Mike with this. Mike, did you know about Cholula?
Who?
Had you heard before tonight's show about the pyramid at Cholula?
Cholula.
I probably only know about 1% of what's talked about tonight. 99% that's coming to me is new. 99%. And it might be more than 99. It might be 99.9. So
You know
all of
what?
this is new to me.
If I can bring this
That's
map
why I'm
up,
here and I'm listening. I'm taking it in.
hey Mike, Cholula is located right here, Mexico, Puebla. All you got to do is type in CHOLULA pyramid. Cholula pyramid. This is the one that is the largest pyramid in the world that they built a Catholic church on top of to try to hide the history. This is Cholula. This whole thing, every part that you see that has grass, underneath it is stone pyramid structure just like this. But only little sections here and there have been excavated. But this entire thing that you would think is a natural hill is actually the largest pyramid in the world by volume. Right? Now check this out. Now I'm really going to blow your mind. I'm sure everybody here watching would agree. Black folks love them some hot sauce, right? Can anybody disagree on that? I mean, we're all in one accord that we love us some hot sauce.
Tabasco.
Hey, you already know where I'm going with it. All of our hot sauce is produced in Louisiana.
Mike, you like hot sauce?
I do.
Hey,
Where
not
did hot
only
sauce come from, bro?
hey, not only does the hot sauce get made in Louisiana, but the key ingredient is Tabasco pepper. Where does Tabasco pepper grow natively? In Tabasco, Mexico, right on the other side of the Gulf Coast. So when we have something that's so culturally ingrained in us, such as an affinity for Tabasco pepper, and we realize that it comes from right here, and wait a minute, that's not too far from all these pyramids, and these pyramids are identical to the pyramids and the mounds that we see all throughout here. I mean, guys, is it such a crazy thing to think that we are all descendant of one tribe of people that migrated and settled in different areas? I mean, this is not that far away. You can take a boat, a canoe, you can walk it. I mean, unless you've been to the Caribbean.
We know that Lucia, her bones are among the oldest in the Americas, 11,700 years old, big-head black woman. No disrespect, but she had a forehead.
When we talk about the Olmec heads, the Negro Olmec heads, where are they found? In Olmec territory. Where was Olmec territory? The Yucatan, right here. What's on the other side of that? Oh, where every single black American comes from modern day. What a coincidence. As a matter of fact, if I show you this kind of map, you guys can find this map on native-land.ca. This map is great. Now, I'm not trying to shit on Africa. I promise I'm not trying to shit on Africa. But this is a map that shows you all the indigenous tribes of the world. Interactive map. And for whatever reason, when we look at Africa, they don't really got much. I mean, we got a few tribes over here, West Coast. We got a few tribes up here, some up here in North Africa. We got some down here. Okay. Now, if we compare that to the Americas, goddamn. Oh, okay. Yeah, well documented. And check this out. The different colors are the different language groups. So look at how we inhabited a much larger swath of land than you may think. When you hear about the Taino, you think the Taino come from Buroken, which is the indigenous word for Puerto Rico. But no, everything in pink is Taino culture, Taino language. The Taino were all the way to Cuba. The Taino were all the way to Florida, where in more modern times the Seminoles are at, right?
They
So
had
much
us
culture.
thinking Taino was just Puerto Rico.
Nah, Taino were all the way up into Florida. When you think about something like the Muskogee people are all throughout the Southeast. So much cultural overlap, right?
Look at this history. Subscribe, if you will. Subscribe. Check us out.
This is deep, deep.
Come on.
Mike, it must have took you a lot of time and cost you a lot of money to find this information you're sharing.
Oh, yeah. Definitely both. I've definitely maxed out the time and the money. I'm talking books that cost $500 and I got to import them from Europe, right? Take 2 months to get here. All kinds of stuff. Internet archives that are trying to make you pay per page and stuff. I mean, it gets crazy. They hide our history behind a paywall now. Now that we can read and we can write, first,
charge you for it.
No, first, they try to keep us distracted. They want us to be focused on Trump and Elon and the Bad Girls Club and the Zeus Network and shit, right? But for those of us who aren't distracted, well, they hide it behind a paywall. Average person don't got $400 to spend on a book about Jews, crypto Jews, and the world of maritime empires, right? Oh, shoot. Hold on. The green screen is messing me up, guys. Oh, hold on. I'm about to share with y'all some receipts. I got to turn the green screen off for this. We got to turn off the green screen. And hold on. The blur is still not letting you see the title. Here we go. Y'all can see how dirty and jacked up my office is. I don't care, okay? Diasporas within a diaspora. Oh, wait, here we go. Diasporas within a diaspora. Jews, crypto Jews, and the world of maritime empires from 1540 to 1740. If you want to know why this book was $400 and why I had to import it from the UK, it's in the name. Most of y'all have never even heard of a crypto Jew. And we're not talking no Bitcoin. And this book is written by a Jewish Ivy League professor. So my sources are down packed. I'll use their own people against them, right?
Okay, Mike.
Yeah.
Anything we want to get to, because I'm hungry. It's been 4 hours and 15 minutes. Let's sum it up.
Do your genealogy. DNA test can't tell you who you are.
Wow.
Chances are you don't come from Africa. Stop glorifying African conquistadors known as Moors. And that's all, folks.
So, Mike, with this knowledge, what should we do with it? What should be our next steps based on all of the knowledge that you've given to us? Should we take it and go to sleep? Or what should our next steps be based on what you've given us?
Everybody's at a
Other than
different
going to your
stage.
site and getting more.
Everybody's at a different stage. So the only way that I would recommend going to my site, booking a consultation, is if you've yet to thoroughly conduct a family tree. A thorough family tree is at least going back to the late 1700s on both your maternal and paternal line. If you haven't done that yet, then that's where you go to the website, you book a consultation. If you've already done that yet, then you've now got to start fine-tuning your research, running your ancestors born between the 1800s and the 1900s through various tribal databases to try to see if they're on the Dolls rolls or any other tribal rolls. And then from there, you can seek tribal citizenship if that's something that you're interested in. I mean, when we talk about the Freedmen court victory and the politics surrounding these different tribes, the reason why they kicked the Black Indians out is because we were the majority of the tribe. We had the strongest voting power. So the more of us that do our genealogy, that get tribal citizenship, the more we can flex that political power and enact some change. And whether or not you can get tribal citizenship, a way that everybody can play their role in what is now dubbed the Great Awakening, is by spreading the knowledge. You know, whether it's TikTok, whether it's YouTube, whether it's Instagram, you know, share it with your friends, share it with your family, share it with your coworkers. As far as me personally, they say don't let the left hand know what the right hand's doing. But what I will let you guys in on is right now I'm laying the groundwork to create a regional organization that over time can become nationwide. And this association will be lobbying Congress for a hearing on the racial reclassification of Native Black Americans. Just like when it comes to the freedmen fight, most people don't know that the freedmen didn't just win last month. They've been fighting in court for decades. They had a congressional hearing back in 2022 about the freedmen of the 5 civilized tribes. And in that same vein, we need to have a congressional hearing about all the Black indigenous folks that you racially reclassified.
Given the current climates in DC with the Trump administration, how feasible do you think it is that Congress will pick it up?
I think it's very feasible. I think the groundwork's already been laid by way of the freedmen hearings that have happened. I think if anything, right now is prime time because our government is so focused on international affairs that they're not focused so much domestically. If they were focused on us domestically, that like they were in the 1950s and the 1960s, the mic would come up missing one day and we wouldn't be talking about this right now, right? But since they're so focused on Israel and Palestine and Russia and Ukraine and the Middle East and China and stuff, right now we have a short window where we're flying under the rug. And then while we're flying under the radar, you know, things are being swept under the rug. This is where we can really galvanize before the mass waves of censorship come into play. Because all it takes is for them to make one act and say, American Indians are a protected class and Black Americans saying they're American Indians, it's hate speech. And now you can't talk like this on the internet no more, or you get banned. They can do that at the stroke of a pen. So until it gets to that, we've got to make sure to get the word out, make sure that we decentralize this information, make sure we have dozens of websites like nativeblackancestry.com, where even if someone's YouTube or TikTok gets taken down, we've got our own platforms.
Good deal. Mike, we're going to get out of here. Thank you very much for joining us. Thank you for all of the people. Let's give some plugs. Randall Robinson, Apex, Mashawn Baines, Duchess. There were some people that have gone there. Mar, he hung in there the whole time. Apex, Duchess of York. You got to go back and read Tanya Timon, Bakare, DP. Got some haters on here, but I'm going to keep on passing them. Raul Israel, thank you for your comments. And I mean, way back earlier, hours ago, Ernest Parker, Elder, Amar, he hung in there the whole darn time. Thank you, Mike. And we've learned so much. Thank you for sharing this. And let me go get some rest so we can do this again soon.
All right. Sounds good.
Yeah, this was a deep, deep show. Thank you,
Good
man.
deal. Good deal.
Till next time.
Thank you, everyone. Donnie Glover, good night.